Not yet.
I know, but I'm bringing it to their attention. Yeah, there's this.
Oh, Sarah. I have kumbaya in my head from you now.
That's a good thing to have in your head.
All right, Madam Mayor, it is 6:07 and we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone, and let's settle down now. Good response. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the August 5th meeting of the Lake Worth Beach City Commission. Roll call, please.
Mayor Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Mimi May,
Present.
Thank you very
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
I knew he was here. Commissioner Segrich will lead us with an invocation or a moment of silence, and I will lead the pledge.
The greater the challenge, the greater the emotions on all sides. In the end, we all want great things for our beloved city. We may not always agree on the path, but let us remember, we are all neighbors, and as such should show respect to each other, support each other, and have the patience and compassion to listen to each other. The best solutions are forged and robust in civil debate. Let's not harden our hearts, minds, and ears to the point we become fractured and broken as a community. Let's bow our heads and ask for the wisdom and grace to work together for a better future for Lake Worth.
I pledge allegiance
of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm going to do it.
Commissioner Segrich, great.
Yes, thank you.
We can say that every.
Okay, I see it. I see a couple lights on. Let's talk about the agenda. So, are there any additions, deletions, reordering? Madam Clerk, did you have a suggestion?
I do have a suggestion.
Let's hear it.
So my suggestion would be to do the agenda as is through public hearing B,
Public hearing.
then reorder the agenda so we do new business B through F, and then we move to unfinished business in order A, B, C, then public hearing C and D, and then new business A and F.
You don't need to say that again.
Wow. That's impressive.
She printed it out already. If we
So
decide.
if you like my suggestion, because I'm proactive rather than reactive,
Right.
I have a reordered agenda that I could print out for the public and the dais.
Right. I don't know. I've got two now.
I agree to that.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I know, I see your lights on.
So do you want to?
We have a couple lights on.
What's that? Who am I
Is that
doing?
the break?
It kind of
screws up all the cards.
Somebody's gonna have to
It
repeat.
it doesn't because the item numbers, I'm sorry, they're letters. The item letters remain the same.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
Okay, I see two lights on. Oh, I see one light on.
I just agree with Melissa.
Okay, Mr. McBoy.
Could Melissa be so kind as to repeat it again? Because that was a lot of changes and I didn't follow them.
Do you have the new?
Yes.
agenda?
So we do the
No.
agenda as is through public hearing B. Then we go to new business B through F, which should all be pretty quick. Then we go to unfinished business as is A, B, C. Back to public hearings, which are quasi judicial, C and D. Then new business A and G.
Okay, I see. So new business, it starts with your agenda. It starts with B, and new business A goes to the second page.
Correct.
Okay. So that would, okay, Mr. McBoy.
Yes, I could probably, I'm not thrilled about some of that, but, and I understand that the logic for the changes is to move through things that involve staff earlier. But I would also recognize that we have a duty to the public who has an interest in a number of the items. And I'm not enthusiastic about asking the public to wait till the very end. So that's my thoughts on what's proposed. I have an unusual situation. I have two proposals in relation. I have to be in federal court tomorrow morning, ready to rock and roll early in the morning. I do not want to drive down early in the morning, so I will leave at some point during the meeting. So for that reason, I would like to move new business item G to earlier into Madam Clerk's, maybe put it at the front, in front of B.
Could you zoom from wherever you're going when you leave here?
I can zoom from the car. I can't say as I'm excited about doing that.
Right, but I mean, that's a choice that we all make about our schedules.
I have to be somewhere
We
early tomorrow
all-
morning too, but
You have to be working. And I
I-
flew in at 1 o'clock. So,
So
and
I
okay, and I'm reacting.
have a second one.
No, let's start with that one.
Okay.
My reaction to that is we have met, yeah, please, folks. Thank you. We have a lot of public comment about that. So what could be a very short agenda item cannot be a short agenda item because we have a lot of public comment about it. So I think we really need to respect our staff, and go forward with that.
Okay.
So that's, I don't know, I have consensus to do it what the clerk said,
I agree. Cause I mean, I think we have 30 minutes just of public comment.
at least. Okay, right, 30 minutes. Limit.
Um,
What's number 2?
Number 2 is a motion to table unfinished business item C, the rent abatement for Benny's, until such a time that staff can bring us back a citywide policy for how we deal with rent abatements. I think we're jumping the gun here. We've made excellent progress on a number of issues where we said, we really ought to have a city policy of how we deal with certain things. And I think we have created some policies for a number of them. Simply moving forward with a requested rent policy or a rent request, 2-month abatement on a fund that is short funded, without any policy citywide, doesn't make sense. So my motion is to table unfinished business item C under the current numbering. Is that right? Unfinished, yes. Unfinished business item C, Fifth Amendment to retail lease for RTT Benny's, until staff can bring us back a citywide policy for rent abatements.
Is there a second? Call again for a second. The motion fails.
All right, thank you. We've clear on how we choose to operate.
Yes, we did. Okay, so we are going to follow.
Madam Mayor. may
Oh,
I
I'm
just-
sorry.
Melissa, if you have the reprinted agendas, could we have those?
First I would need a motion and a second and a vote to approve the agenda as
Motion to
amended.
approve the agenda as
Right.
you amended it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Anthony, is your line on for another reason? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Thank you very much.
All right, give me 1 minute for the,
Copier. to-
Yeah.
The
Okay,
mayor has one, so we're good, right? You can go off
I
that
have
one.
one. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we're just doing presentations.
Yeah, we're starting with that. So, okay, so presentations. A, Palm Beach County School District Pool Update by Erica Whitfield, District 4 School Board. Just as a preface, we had a meeting a few months ago.
We did.
The school board to talk about this. So
We
let's
did. So
let's hear it.
thank you all. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate you all having me here today. My name is Erica Whitfield. I am your school board member. I'm also your neighbor. I live here in Lake Worth. I've actually been on this board now for 10 years. So I'm very proud to have been here so many times. I know it's really gone fast. It does. So I bring to you an idea for your consideration. The school district and Lake Worth High School, we used to have a pool and we just recently had to demolish it, which many people have seen probably from driving by. The pool that we demolished was in a lot of disrepair. For many years, I tried to allocate funds to keep it going, but it really was too far gone. Also very small. So it wasn't something that was good for all the uses that we had. Since we have demolished that pool, we are going ahead with a plan to hopefully create a new pool. Unfortunately, pools are very expensive, as you guys know. And so I have managed to get the school board and the superintendent and our staff to allocate funds for our new pool. The pool that we have funds for would be approximately, we have about $8.5 million that we've been able to allocate for this
Thank you.
funds. I know, it's wonderful. I'm so excited. And I know you all have been interested in a pool as well. So my proposal to you is that we collaborate and create one pool for the city of Lake Worth Beach that would be accessible to residents and to the high school students. My proposal was to continue to have a pool on the Lake Worth High School property because we have a large parcel. I'm medium large. I've talked to
Large
the
enough.
city manager about it, where we could fit an Olympic-sized pool on A Street. We would be very willing to collaborate on this with the funding that you have, the land and the funding that we have. And I just proposed to this city commission if you all will discuss this idea amongst yourselves and decide if you're willing to work with us. We did have a meeting last week where we have allocated the funds and put them aside for this purpose, specifically for a pool in Lake Worth Beach. And I know it's so exciting. And the entire school board was on board. We're all very excited about this. We feel that Lake Worth, we don't want to take away this pool from our high school students. They don't have a high school swim team right now due to this problem. We can go to other pools, but I believe Lake Worth Beach really needs one. So this is why I came to you today, just to discuss this. If you guys have any questions, I'd try to answer them. But mostly it's really up to staff at this point if you all are interested in going forward.
And the area that we're talking about is on A Street between like 4th and 3rd and
Yeah.
near our water.
So just south. So let me tell you one other piece of this. So that is currently the high school football field practice area. We have allocated funds at the school board to also redo all of the fields in the entire county. So all of the football fields are going to be redone with turf grass. So the proposal that I have, if you are interested in going forward this sooner than later, would be to move the Lake Worth High School field up in the schedule of when we're going to redo it, so that if the students need to practice, they could practice on their field and have games on their field, because when they have that, there won't be the wear and tear that we have the problem with. So redoing the football field would also need to be incorporated into the schedule. I did look up on the very exciting ChatGPT, to be honest, how much does a Olympic-sized pool cost? And the estimate that I got, which obviously is not professional in any way at all, and we need to get a real one, was around 15 million. So with the funding that you have and the funding that we have, we could do a basic bare bones pool. The other proposal that I bring to you is an idea of a staged approach, so that I know the city of Lake Worth Beach would like to do something larger and something with a lot more bells and whistles. And I love that. And I want that to happen. But I think we may have to phase that in. So just to get a pool, which I know we've all waited for so long in the city, that we could all use, that would be Olympic size, that we could, use in a joint use way, so that the city and the high school students would have access to
We
it.
need them at different times.
There are different times. It's such a great idea,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
I'm so glad you followed up on that meeting, because we walked out hoping that we get
It's very helpful.
Ms. May.
Thank you. Thank you, Erica. That's really exciting news. What is the ask financially of the city?
So I will put that
from what
over
you
to
just
you.
said was the 0.5, but
Yeah, so I'll put it over to your city manager to talk about your funds that you have allocated for this already, if that's okay, through the mayor.
Yeah, we had that 6 million that was kind of sitting to the side that we've had for quite a while. We are funding the study, like some stuff out of that amount. So it's 5 and change. I'll get the exact amount for everyone. But we obviously would have to have conversations as far as like the operational part of it and everything else, annual maintenance costs and all that other stuff. But it was exciting news.
It's
So
very
I
exciting.
invited Erica tonight to talk to all of you to see if what thoughts were, and we obviously can discuss further in one-on-ones or pre-agenda meeting. But I'm just wanting to just put this out there so you guys are aware.
so at this point, it's a concept of
Just
of
a
collaboration.
Really
We don't have
great
any
work.
design plans. We don't know who would it be you guys? Would it be us who would have to plan this and design it and build it?
Right. So this all would have to be
This is all
discussed.
conjecture.
It's all conjecture, but at least we come with money. So we
Well, I
potentially.
appreciate and land. But my
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to see, because I wasn't privy to any of these conversations. So I just wanted to know where you were in the discussions on that. And
Very early days, but I have gotten the go ahead from the school board that they would love to collaborate. And so I feel like the respectful thing to do is come to you all and let you know about this, and then allow our staff to meet and discuss.
Does
with-
that amount include the changing rooms and showers and all that, or is it?
So it's a bare bones sort
All right.
of situation. I think you would probably want better. We may have to go beyond that, looking for either private donors or
Sponsors.
collaboration from the county or some kind of ability.
Yep.
Sell the name.
Right.
Yeah. Anybody want to name the pool? Please feel free. So I think that that's things that would have to happen. Also parking, we'd have to discuss that. So, I mean, there's so
Sure.
much to
It's so
consider.
exciting though that we've been still talking about it.
I know we might.
So do I have consensus for us to keep
Yes.
going with talking to the city manager and I and the school board and come back to you guys?
Yeah, because Madam Mayor, as you mentioned, like last year, the two of us met with the district and everything. But again, when Eric and I were talking last week, I didn't want to put any staff time or have any of these conversations without all of you being aware that that was happening. So
yeah,
I
I'm
appreciate
interested in discussing it more for sure.
Mr. Segridge.
This is excellent news. Thank you for bringing it forward. I consent to having staff look into this further. We may also want to consider some county resources, the Sports Council, the Tourism Council,
Tourism.
because, you know, it is a goal to make Palm Beach County the youth sports capital of the world. And so potentially a project like this could draw some interest at that level as well, and maybe some funding and so on.
I mean,
And if it's Olympic competitions, which we couldn't have.
bring back more money.
And it's going to be on A and fourth.
So this is my proposal. Obviously, we would discuss with you all. And the only reason is that the high school did have a pool, and they, you know, it's a historical pool. It's very important to the community. A lot of people swam there. It was a big selling point for Lake Worth High School. In this county, in the school district, we only had 2 pools. That was one of them. The other one's in Boca. That's a special arrangement with the city of Boca. So this one, you know, we would like to live up to that. And the community has asked us to live up to that. So I think there's a lot of support within the community around the idea of keeping a pool there, a bigger, better, nicer, and then hopefully one that we can afford.
Think of all of our neighborhood kids that could learn to
I know.
swim, and it's right in the neighborhood. It's A Street. It's like perfect. So thank you. We'll be talking to you, and thank you, staff, Commissioner Ford.
Thank you all. And please feel free to call. And I know we'll be talking to staff. I appreciate you all. Thank you for letting me come.
Thank you so much.
I think we should say it, you know, now. In the county.
Kumbaya?
Yeah,
Kumbaya?
Commissioner Flores.
Oh, yeah, he'll be interested. Okay, next, Palm Beach Fire Rescue Semi-Annual Update by District Chief Craig Spiegelhalter.
I think I need a clicker.
Yeah, it's really exciting.
Good evening, Craig Spiegelhalter, Fire Rescue. Madam Mayor, Commissioners. As you started, this is not part of the presentation, Madam Mayor, with some rules. We do have a very robust crowd here tonight that we respect, but we have to be mindful of our room capacity and be respectful of standing in exit pathways in front of exits and to make sure people know where their closest exit is. Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
We-
That's,
We appreciate their
that's from the fire
enthusiasm.
chief, so
Yes,
it's not
but
personal.
we don't want to rain anybody's parade, but that we have to be mindful of that.
But
Okay.
keep the monitors on out there as well. so-
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We're going to go quickly over our semi-annual report of what's going on with fire rescue. This next slide is a graphic that you see every month that's sent to you. It's your monthly call volume, but this one indicates your call volume since January 1st through June 30th. As you could see in the graphic, the greatest part of it is the color red, which indicates your medical calls. So that is our highest call volume. This next page shows you exactly how that's broken down. My report I gave in January discussed our fiscal year because we work on a fiscal year 24, which goes from October through the end of September. To give you a little more insight of what's going on as activity within the city, this is for the 6 months starting this calendar year. Almost 4,300 calls, the greatest percentage of that being medical or EMS related. followed by motor vehicle accidents, fire alarms, investigations, 81 fires, 21 mobile integrated health calls, 10 hazardous situations, 7 water-related incidents, and 5 train incidents. So how are we getting there? I'm sorry. Still too many charts. How are we getting there? This is our average response times for those 4,300 calls. Our dispatch handling is the call that's captured from when the dispatcher receives that phone and picks it up, or that call and picks it up, to when our crews are alerted. And that's on average about 47 seconds. It's taking on average about 44 seconds for our men and women to turn out. Now that's an average. Of course, at night, it may be a little over that. During the day, it could be quicker depending where they are in the fire station or if they're on the road, but that's 44 seconds. Our travel time is 4 minutes and 19 seconds, which gives you a total response time of 5 minutes and 50 seconds. So what's that? That's indicating is from the time we receive that phone call in our dispatch center, we have personnel on scene making contact within 5 minutes and 50 seconds. Okay.
Thank you.
So what's going on in the city? Pub ed and community events. We came in May to do a presentation on the smoke detector blitz. It wasn't shocking numbers, but we were out there. We had 2 events so far in May and June. Only 9 homes visited, 60 people impacted, and 33 alarms installed. We're hopeful. We will continue to do them. Yes, ma'am.
There's a date coming up for the next.
August 9th.
You have to sign up by August 9th.
You had to be signed up by the end of July.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not saying you can't call that phone number. It's this Saturday, and we may get you on the roster or the map. I don't know what those numbers look like. I haven't been in contact with Elise yet, but this is something we did in the area. In comparison, in the surrounding areas, this is what it looked like. Again, we reached out to unincorporated Palm Beach County within the geographical area here around Glen Ridge, Cloud Lake, Lake Worth Beach, and Palm Springs. Our first round in May, we impacted 40 homes, 109 people, and 147 smoke detectors. Our next round in June was a little better. Over, you could see the numbers increasing. Again, it could be a reflection of today's environments and people not sure of who's coming to the door, who's knocking on their door. We don't do that any longer. So we're asking for people to sign up. We're pushing those things out to the town and the cities for signups, and that's all we could do. But if we come across any resident on a call that we notice that situation, we will make sure we come back and we install them. So we've done a number of those as well. So again, a great program. And that's what it's looked like for the last 3 months. Again, the next one being this coming Saturday, August 9th. Pub ed and community events. We've had a busy summer, as we always do. We participated in the Police Athletic League, Splash Day, and the Back to School event. Again, firemen are always welcome there because we bring water and fun and fire hats. We give stuff away. Again, we're always happy to do this. We do it every year, but this is just a small portion that my men and women are out there doing. We do have a community risk reduction department, which is our pub ed people. They're out there constantly. We were also part of the Founders Day event in which our pub ed people were also present in that lower left-hand corner. I noted this one, like I said, there are many that our pub ed people do, but this one on June 16th, which sort of echoed with me, was at the Bridges of Lake Worth. We have a public educator. Her name is Fonteau. She presented that program in 3 languages, and it covered hurricane preparedness and CO poisoning. So again, we got a lot of great staff. We're out there impacting our community, and we're hoping that you're proud of that. Of course, we were at the 4th of July event, which is always fun. We did have a dedicated crew, which was contracted for the Bryant Park event. We also had, which you may not have seen during the raft race, we do have water assets. So we had our jet skis out there to help patrol that. And again, something we do every year, and we're happy to do it. What's new with fire rescue? This is Hank the dog. He is Palm Beach County Fire Rescue's first therapy dog. He is an English Labrador Retriever. He is trained in emotional and behavioral support for all of fire rescue personnel, families that may be in distress that we call him out for. He's also trained to work with children with special needs. So he is our first dog. We hope to expand this. The Sheriff's Department does have something similar, but with many things, we run into the hurdles of insurance, making sure the liability aspect. He is a very caring dog, but it's an animal that he could be startled. And one handler, the gentleman in the center of the screen, that's our Fire Marshal Chief Dorita. You may recognize him, but that's his dog, and he circulates them as the need comes along. June 5th, 2025, Governor DeSantis signed House Bill 929. Now, this had amended Florida state statute, and within that statute, that works within the Division of State Fire Marshal under the Office of the Department of Financial Services. And that amendment to that bill is looking to make the firefighters' place of employment a safer place. Statute covers that. They had made some certain things and changes in there that now it's a requirement. They look at how safe the workplace could be. It's a dangerous job. We know that, but they're looking at decreasing the severity of injuries, incidents, accidents, exposure. That's a big one, both in cancer, mental health. They do have the right now to come into any workplace and do any type of evaluation that they want. We are not afraid of that at Fire Rescue because we are a step ahead of that. We do have programs in place for our behavioral health screenings, which we've discussed in the past, our cancer research. And it goes into that top line right there. It addresses occupational diseases and mental health impacts, including suicide risks. It requires fire departments to purchase safe, or should be safer gear when it becomes commercially available. Now, the craziness there is the gear we wear, like many things, contains PFAS. And when we're put into an environment in very elevated temperatures of 100 degrees, that material now changes and it off gases through the largest organ in the body, which is your skin. So now they are making turnout gear that is PFAS safe. It's very expensive. It's very limited. But that statute now addresses that every fire department has to make an effort in making that available. And it limits the standard firefighter shift to 42 hours per week to reduce burnout. We currently work a 48-hour work week. So we work 32 hours more a month than the standard person who works a 40-hour work week of 160. So now we're trying to reduce that down to 42 hours. We're in this process of creating a different shift in how we're going to handle that. But, at some point, 32 extra hours more a month compared to the regular person out there doing their job, it adds up. So
they still opt for overtime if somebody's on vacation.
Yes, ma'am.
That would be the basis.
Yep. Now, I sent you a link. I don't know if you saw it. It was a quick video coverage through one of the local media outlets to your emails. It covers what this is right here. Palm Beach County Fire Rescue on June 12th implemented the First Responder Plus CARE program. Now, CARE stands for Crisis Assessment, Response, and Engagement. It provides a rapid and confidential response pathway tailored to those who have served in high-stress public safety and healthcare roles. We are seeing more and more through that occupational exposure type thing, the increase in mental health problems, depression, suicide. Statistics have shown that more law enforcement and fire rescue people will die by suicide than in the line of duty. So it's something we need to get ahead of. Our department, through a division chief, Charlie Coyle, developed this program. Currently, we're in partnership with Delray Hospital. It's the only hospital currently. But upon our assessment of a patient who is seeking help for a crisis of some sort, we have an algorithm we follow. We notify the hospital. They move forward with, when we bring that person in, when this scenario will use a firefighter, they will go to a specialized room that is, it's just as comfortable as any other patient coming in, but they will be meeting with people who have specialized training and care and knowing how to deal with that. Now, this program is not just for firefighters. They're all up there. It's for law enforcement, EMS people, dispatch, any of our military. It's for FBI, DEA, ATF, or other Department of Justice agencies, as well as hospital staff. And that's for both retired and active personnel. So if they are going voluntary or involuntary for help, we initiate this protocol and they are brought in and immediately get given the resources they need. it would be the typical as if you were going for treatment into the hospital. Nothing changes. So it's covered through your insurance. But through this program in our partnership, we're identifying that we have a tendency not to want to expose our emotions, and we want to go home and not talk about it. And we realize that's becoming a problem. So by pushing this program, and if you get a chance to watch that 3-minute video, it explains the importance of seeking that care, doing it in a way that now you're not going into a hospital where people that know you, to where patients may see you that you've transported, and it gets you going in the right direction a little sooner than later. So very important.
I was just gonna go back to, the slide when you were showing how many people's homes you visited.
Mhm.
I shared your information with Murray Hills Condo Association, and unfortunately it was the day after
Mhm.
cut off, but I did tell them to call.
Absolutely.
And Commissioner May is the liaison for the NAPC, and I'm thinking that maybe you could come to a presentation to the NAPC, which is the first Saturday of the month.
Okay.
And then from there, maybe we can get you into the neighborhood associations, because Murray Hills was very excited to hear about this.
Absolutely.
Especially when we have people on a limited income
Mhm.
and, elderly who normally can't get up there on a ladder and fix things like that. So I think it'd be great for us to get you in front of the NAPC, but expect a call from Murray Hills.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Look forward to it.
So, boy.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, Mr. Spiegelhalter, for having, my impression is you've been very consistent in this direction for a while of being conscious that first responders do get a lot of stress.
Mhm.
And I too had recently read a long article about suicide being a greater source of death than line of duty.
Yes.
Which was quite shocking.
Yeah.
Learn that. So I really appreciate the efforts that you're doing on this.
Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, our fire department is not immune to it. We have seen a number of people do it, unfortunately, one being inside of one of our fire stations. So it was something very difficult to process, and it's something that myself and our administration is trying to get ahead of,
And when my brother retired, I got 5 or 6 years. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
It's a life expectancy.
Yep. And again, we want to be smarter. I've discussed it in the past that I'm a stage 4 cancer patient. That's 37 years that I started ago. And we have to be smarter on what we're exposing ourselves to, how we're cleaning ourselves, how we're building our fire stations, how we're keeping our employees healthy. So it's something we have to remain passionate about.
I think I speak for all of our citizens. Thank you so much. Your
You're
response times are great. When they show up, they're amazing.
Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Okay. New probationary firefighters. We have so many to come here. This was our graduating class in June of 39. We graduated. That's the second class that graduated this year. The other one being about 28. We have a class starting at the end of August of 43, I believe, and we plan on putting another class on in late fall. So that's our momentum. 4 classes of probationary firefighters. They go through 12 weeks of training, even though they come in certified. So we've been averaging the last 4 to 5 years between 150 and 200 new employees a year. So if you want to be a fireman, we're hiring.
It's hard to pass that
It's
test.
hiring. Okay.
It's brutal.
And last but not least, what else is new? This is truck 35. This is the 100-foot aerial apparatus that services your area. Now, when you contracted for service with us, you were no longer your own fire department, and every fire department should have one of these pieces of apparatus. So now that we come in to service you, and I manage or I oversee 3 other municipalities, Lake Worth, Manalapan, South Palm, and Lantana, this piece of apparatus is just down the street. So it is available to all the other municipalities. It's a 100-foot piece of apparatus. The craziness is, and City Manager Brown has mentioned the logistic nightmares of getting vehicles. This has been in the making for almost 40 months now. 40 months. It started at over 900,000. It's coming at $1.6 million with no equipment on it.
But when you need it,
Yep.
you don't need to talk about what you need.
We expect to do our final inspection on it at the end of this month. So it should be here sometime in late September and hopefully on the road in October. So once we do that, we will give you a tour of it. Maybe take you for a ride if you want. If you want to climb the ladder.
I wouldn't. I would ride in the can.
Those are just some highlights. I'm happy to answer any questions, any comments you may have.
Amazing. Yeah, they're so great. Okay, presentation. We are the Red Cross. Hurricane Readiness by Tracy Mitchell, who is the Executive Director of the Palm Beach to Treasure Coast chapter of the American Red Cross. Thank you. No. Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you so much for having myself as executive director, and I have a board member,
Yeah.
Jay Soapy, with me this evening.
Just say your name.
I'm Tracy Mitchell.
Thank
you. Honorable Mayor Resch, Vice Mayor Malega, from home council commissioners. It's so nice to be here this evening, and we appreciate the time that you've given us on the agenda. Our mission, as is noted on the screen, is to prevent and alleviate human suffering. And we want you all to know that we are always in the Lake Worth Beach community 24/7, 365. We shelter, feed, care for disaster survivors, including their pets. We provide health and mental health services, including spiritual care. Financial assistance, which allows families to purchase critical supplies, make rental deposits, and home repairs following a disaster. We also help our military members and their families, and we provide humanitarian care for all in need. Went the wrong way. There we go. Last year, more than 2.5 million people were displaced from their homes by disasters. In the past 10 years, more than 88% of counties in the United States were impacted by disasters. Throughout the U.S., we respond to an emergency every 8 minutes, and we're in continuous response mode to natural disasters, deploying volunteers to support these relief efforts. Every day, we're in your community and across the country. We educate the community on preparedness, teaching life-saving skills across all age groups. Locally, we're proud to share that the Red Cross programming is delivered to members of the Guatemalan Mayan community in their indigenous languages, ensuring vital preparedness and safety information is accessible, it's delivered respectfully, and is culturally relevant. This center will be and has been a key partner in helping us share evacuation and sheltering during natural disasters. Our goal is to work with vulnerable communities, ensuring that we have a trusted partner in the community, helping people get to shelter when needed. We're also working with this community in partnership with the Lake Worth Beach Fire Department for our home fire campaigns. We've been partnering with the Compass Center to conduct Be Red Cross Ready disaster preparedness education, and they're going to be partnering with us on our Sound the Alarm campaigns. We're constantly working to build relationships with nonprofit partners within your community. In fiscal year 2025, we responded to 5 home fires in the Lake Worth Beach area, provided emergency support to 20 individuals that were impacted by these fires. We installed 23 free smoke alarms in local homes. We made 7 homes safer and worked with the families on fire safety education and home fire safety planning. 9 lives were saved thanks to early warning and preparedness efforts. And when we say 9 lives saved, these are individuals that we know we installed those fire alarms in those homes. One of the most effective ways to reduce fire-related injuries and deaths is to be prepared. We offer programming for all age groups, Prepare with Pedro for our K to 2nd grade children, and then our Be Red Cross Ready program for adults and youth of all other ages. And then residents can reach out to us via www.redcross.org/SFL smoke alarm for free smoke alarm installation. In this past May, NOAA released the outlook for the 2025 hurricane season. And as we know, The season is expected to be above normal. They forecasted 13 to 19 named storms, and of those, 6 to 10 are expected to be hurricanes. To date, 4 tropical storms have been listed, with the last one being named over this past weekend. It's really important to understand the hazard of these storms. 9 out of 10 deaths occur not from the storm landing, but from water-related tragedies. So now is the time to prepare and plan. Understand which hazards you're likely to face. Prepare to meet your basic needs by building critical skills and gathering critical supplies. Be sure that you can always monitor ever-changing conditions. Make a communication plan for you and your family. Safeguard critical documents and protect your home and belongings. So pre-hurricane readiness, if you're planning to evacuate based on your location, community plans and/or circumstances, make your own plans to evacuate. Local officials are the best source of information when determining whether to evacuate or to shelter in place during an emergency. If you live in an area that is along the coast or in a hurricane storm surge evacuation zone, areas that flood frequently or listed as a flood zone, if you live in a mobile or manufactured home or RV, you should plan to evacuate. Be sure to learn that your community's evacuation plan. Make that plan with your household members. Know where you're going, when you're going, how you'll get there, and how long you'll be staying. To find out what sheltering resources are available, you can either contact the Lake Worth Beach local emergency management officials, or you can download our free Red Cross emergency app. And always make sure to have a plan that includes your pets. Again, if authorities advise you to evacuate, then be prepared to leave immediately. We ask that you prepare a go bag, or what we call our evacuation kit, containing at least a 3-day supply of emergency items, food, water, personal hygiene items, cleaning and disinfectant supplies that you can use on the go. We do have I did bring leave behinds with me, if I can leave them with you, on both hurricane safety as well as home fire safety. If you plan to shelter in place, gather very similar emergency supplies, but you should assemble 2 kits and a 1-month supply of prescription meds. Customize your kits to meet your needs. Stock food items that are non-perishable. These storms can knock out power, as we well know. They block roads, disrupt responsive emergency vehicles, and cause stores and pharmacies to close for an extended period. Always be prepared so that you've got the critical knowledge, skills, and supplies to stay safe. Meet your basic needs. Learn how to turn off your utilities if you're instructed to do so. Learn how to use all equipment safely. And please learn first aid and CPR. We have those classes online at the Red Cross. So what do you do during a hurricane? If you're ordered to evacuate, we can't say this enough. Leave immediately and take that go bag. Follow your designated evacuation routes, and don't take shortcuts, as those roads might be blocked. Again, check with local officials for your area's shelter locations. And if anyone needs a safe place to go, visit www.redcross.org. You can call 1-800-RED-CROSS, or again, get the free app, because we have a listing of all local shelters. If you're going to stay at home, remember that the high winds and flood waters, they may not reach your home, but you might lose power, you might lose water, and you might not be able to leave your home for several days if the roads are impassable. Make a plan to shelter in place safely. Make sure that you're in a safe room in your home, away from the winds. Identify a backup power source for power-supported medical equipment. Have a battery-powered radio. Keep extra batteries and your flashlights and a lantern. If you live in an area that's likely to flood, find the highest location in your home and shelter there. And again, if you're told to evacuate, evacuate. After a hurricane, don't return home until the authorities have given you permission to do so. They'll let you know when it's safe. Make sure that you have the supplies that you need to clean your home safely. If your home was damaged by the hurricane force winds or flooding, it should be carefully inspected thoroughly. As you're entering your home, avoid damaged or fallen power lines and flood waters. After a hurricane, if you're cleaning up, we have a few tips to stay healthy. When in doubt, throw it out. Throw out food that got warm or wet. Avoid drinking tap water until local officials say it's safe to do so. Take care when cleaning your home. Please take note of the steps we have located on the screen. We've got 5 steps post-hurricane for flood cleanup. Air out, move out, tear out, clean out, and dry out. But most importantly, we ask that you take care of yourself. These storms are stressful and they cause damage to not only your physical property, but to yourself as well. Again, disasters can be stressful, so ensure that you have all the resources that you need to help you and your family remain calm in the face of the storm. Our app is intuitive and it's easy. I am not from South Florida. Milton was my very first hurricane I've ever experienced in my life. And I have that Red Cross app on both my work phone as well as my home phone. And I tell you what, it is really, really easy to use. So you ask, how can you get involved with the Red Cross? We have items listed on the screen, but the things that are important is become a Red Cross volunteer. Join us for Sound the Alarm home safety events that we do host in partnership with our local fire department partners. Serve on one of our board committees, board development, community mobilization, or philanthropy. We are looking for community members to come and join us in the delivery of our mission. Follow us on social media and become a donor. Oh, go ahead.
A lot of red crosses. Which one are we supposed to get?
So, there's a number of them. Take a look. There's a first aid app that I'm very familiar with, and I'm really familiar with that emergency app.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
That's okay.
Exciting.
But we do need volunteers. Right now, we have a program that we're a campaign that we have called Shelter Heroes.
Cool.
We all know from the devastation of Helene and the tornadic devastation from Milton. I'd never seen anything like that. And I came from an area that was devastated by tornadoes. We need compassionate individuals that are local in the communities to help us take care of those individuals that have been impacted. So people can either scan the QR code or they can visit us at www.redcross.org/Shelter Heroes Florida and learn more about becoming a shelter hero, taking the Shelter in a Day class. So how do you reach us? I've listed my contact information there. Joanne Reyes, who's not with me this evening, but she has been working closely with Jay and the fire departments in our area. She's our community disaster program manager. We have our local disaster services number. If there is a local disaster, including home fires, even though the fire department may not call us after a fire has occurred, if you have people that have been impacted by a fire, they need mental or spiritual care, or they just need a little help, have them give us a call. We also have our National Disaster Services number listed as well. And this is our last slide. I really just want to say thank you for the support that you've given us over the years. Please know that we are here for you and with you 24/7, 365. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
We're going to leave the
And as your rep for the high school, I'll have you know that the high school will have a Red Cross club hopefully next year.
Really? Yay. Oh, that's excellent.
And all those kids will get CPR training, hands-on CPR in the medical program. So
And hopefully
they're too young. You have to be 18.
18.
So.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Right.
well, you're working on that. That's what you're working.
Yeah.
Our kids at the high school are so great. They really are. Thank you so much. We really appreciate what you do. Okay, last but not least, we have the a proclamation regarding our water professionals. Whereas the Florida Water and Pollution Control Operators Association, organized in 1940, is a nonprofit trade organization that promotes the sustainability of Florida's water utility industry through workforce development to protect the health of Florida citizens and to preserve the state's water resources. And whereas the Florida Water and Pollution Control Operators Association recognizes all who have played a significant part in operating and maintaining drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater systems in Florida by declaring Florida Water Professionals Month, which applauds their constant efforts to protect our health and environment. And whereas water industry professionals dedicate themselves to the production and distribution of safe drinking water, as well as the proper collection, treatment, reuse, and disposal of wastewater and stormwater. And whereas, regardless of where it originates, our water is tested, treated, distributed, collected, and retreated in processes carefully managed by water professionals to meet stringent water control quality standards. And whereas water professionals work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, maintaining and upgrading the system, planning for the future, and improving the safety and resiliency of our local water supply. And whereas water professionals are essential first responders as defined by Florida statute during storms and other catastrophic events, working to ensure safe drinking water and safe disposal of wastewater for our communities. And whereas the success that we have experienced this far and will have in the future is made possible by the tremendous commitment and efforts of Florida water professionals. So now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim August 2025 as Florida Water Professionals Month. In witness whereof, I have here to set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be affixed the 5th day of August 2025. Stand up if you want to watch. Let's do a picture. We love it. No. Thank you. Amazing, thank you.
Have a good day. Appreciate it.
Famous.
Oh, good.
There's not a lot of fun. Don't tell the mayor. Get it wrong and rapidly. Oh, yes. Now up, we have public participation of non-agenda items and the consent agenda. So let's start with non-agenda, with the public participation. Do you have cards? Yes, you do. Okay. I'm going to call your name and then I'm going to call the next person so we can kind of keep this moving. We're going to start with Anthony Heitland, followed by Wade Hitchcock, followed by Michael Blackfox. Yeah. Folks.
Anthony Zeilen, 117 18th Avenue South. Last week there was a comment about, we were talking about the fireworks last week and how it wasn't really as good as it could have been. And the comment was made that maybe a drone show could be like an alternative. I happen to agree. I don't know if you guys are aware, but I'm actually a commercial drone pilot. And so I wouldn't want to be the one putting on the show, but I think it's a great, I think it's a great idea. And so I reached out to a couple of drone contractors. And one was I think was out of Delaware, and the other one was out of California, but they do shows all over the United States. I looked up, or I talked to them, and the cost is the lowest amount is about 15 grand, which sounds like about what the fireworks ran this last year. But obviously the sky's the limit, right? No pun intended. But yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think that it could be as much of a draw as the street painting festival if it was done right. Maybe the first year, feel it out, see how it goes. And then, if it really works well, we could maybe invest some more money and really get a cool drone show going on.
FYI, I'm contacting Fort Lauderdale just had a big drone show, and I'm contacting them to find out.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I think they would do it too. So that's my line.
Thank you.
Comment.
Wait, Hitchcock? I'm calling your name so that you can know and right, batter up on deck. Michael Fox after that, and then Andrew Kavanaugh.
How y'all doing? My name's Wade Hitchcock, live at 1506 13th Avenue North. Today's question to you guys is, when are we going to start seeing more help on the west side of Dixie? I feel like we're the forgotten bunch to where everybody throws their garbage everywhere they want on G Street by Tuppence, leaves their couches, their furniture. Is there any way we could get the railroad to work with you, put up a fence, camera, something? Luckily, you were in the neighborhood picking up all the bulk, you picked it up. But 20 feet away was a big truck tire and you left it. So I'm just saying it needs to be cleaned up. And the kids that are riding their little mini bikes over at the Sunset Park, they're going to get killed. They're not paying any attention. They're 10 years old, no helmet on, running up the sidewalk where everybody's walking, and they're like, oh, crap. So there's going to be some serious look into that area. I feel like we're forgotten, but you're still charging us all this money to live in Lake Worth. So I don't know what you're going to do, but something needs to be done so we're getting cleaned up and people are getting their garbage cans off the street when they're supposed to, not a week later, just sitting there, and then they fill them up and leave them there. It's making it look trashy, and I can't get top dollar for my house to sell it. So, it's hurting a lot of people. Because one house has been on the market for way over 4 months. Nobody wants to buy in that area. So we just need to clean it up and make it safer for all of us.
Michael Blackbox, followed by Andrew Kavanaugh, followed by Matthew Van Voorthuizen. I didn't say that right, but I'm going to be corrected. Michael Fox.
Good night. How are you? I'm glad to be here. It's been a long time. Okay. My memory issues are getting better all the time.
Name and address.
Oh, Michael Flackfox, 1521 North B Street. But I was glad to share that my memory issues are improving. But the problem is, it feels like I don't recognize some of you here for some of the issues that seem to be coming up for discussion. Okay. When we talk about giving tens of thousands of dollars away to a local businessman who owns a restaurant that we've given him passes for a long time. Oh, I'm sorry. Then I'll stick around for that. But when we talk about other things like what other commissioners should and shouldn't discuss, even if it's happening on a federal level, one of our kids was attacked this week and made national news. I mean, that makes me want to cry. That's going on in our town by a federal agency. It's wrong. And, everybody here knows if you see my face, you're probably messing up. Or you're probably missing out. Because I don't like to be here. But if we're talking about tamping down public discussions and commissioners' ideas about discussions, that's not, it just makes me wonder, who do you think we are? Or even who do you think you are? Honestly. I mean, I used to get in trouble for saying this in this room, but when movements are made like this, you know who you are? You're the help. That's it.
Thank you. Andrew Kavanaugh. Followed by Matthew, last name beginning with a V. Oh, well, I can't pronounce his name. I'm sorry? No, they have to speak. If they fill out a card, they need to speak. If they left, they don't, it doesn't work. Hi,
Hi, do I have to put a button to turn it on?
name and address, and how do you pronounce your last name?
Van Voorthuizen.
Sure.
My name is Matthew Van Voorthuizen, 302 North B Street. And I just want to say a few things about free speech and responsibility and the rights of all citizens, really. When our city, county, state, or federal government betrays the public trust, it is in the best interest of the citizens to oppose these actions. Just because people outside our jurisdiction are also affected, this in no way means that our commissioners do not have the right and the responsibility to speak out and take action. Thank you, Commissioner McVoy, for standing up for what is right, both inside and outside our city limits. No more ignoring oppressed people. No more government abductions. No more concentration camps. No more handouts to the wealthy. Stop ICE, stop malicious code enforcement, stop W-Moda, and stop the lease amendment for Benny's. Thank you.
Covered. All right. Thank you very much.
Just read that line. It's on your own comment card.
Anderson.
It says it on your comment card. And you can read it into the record.
No.
It says it on.
It does.
Okay, where?
It does say that you can ask that the.
Where?
Be read.
My understanding.
No, you can, we've always.
Does the person who wrote the comment
Public
card
comment cards
ask
submitted to
themselves?
staff on behalf of absent individuals will not be accepted and read into the record. So I'm a little curious about that. Okay. Rich Raphael, I'm going to read a couple names. Please start coming up. Rich Raphael, followed by Ramsey McLeod, followed by Susan Goyo, followed by Don Rosenshine. Good to see you back up, Don.
Mayor, Commission. I'm going to be addressing the recent.
Name and address.
I've been away for a month and I forget these
Gotta
things.
get back.
Yeah. Rich Raphael, 832 North J Street. And my comments have to deal with the recent city manager replacement decision that was made. And keep in mind, these comments are not intended to denigrate Jamie Brown's performance as both the Public Works Director and interim city manager. He stepped in to provide city management continuity at a difficult time and should be lauded for this. However, the city commission owes it to the citizens of Lake Worth Beach to find the best and most experienced city manager available. And if this turns out to be Jamie, well, so much the better. Unfortunately, this commission seemed unwilling to make a hard decision, but rather took the easy path. The easy path was doing nothing and giving the position to Jamie. The hard decision is to define what the city expects from an executive search firm and to select a firm who meets those requirements, and then to define what the city expects its city managers to do and to select candidates who meet those requirements, and finally to select the best of available candidates. The position of city manager needs to be filled based on a candidate's experience rather than friendship. The citizens of Lake Worth Beach expect that the commission would hire the best city manager candidate, not just the candidate we're all familiar with. If doing this takes work, so be it. That's what we hired you to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Ramsey McLeod, followed by Susan Gael. Name and address, please.
Oh, I'm not ready yet. Don't be rushing me.
Ready.
Get a little pushy there, Mayor. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. Since you are now in the process of working on the city budget for 2026, I'm requesting that monies be found to have all city vehicles equipped with GPS, specifically for our code enforcement officers. In every presentation made by this department, there is no ability for management to account for every officer's location during the course of their workday. I think it is a prudent business practice to be aware of an employee's location during their shift and provides another methodology to analyze their productivity. Also, I would like to know why the commission evaluation meeting scheduled for July 28th was not held. There's no information on the city's website or YouTube channel, and the agenda that was posted under minutes and agendas is now blank with no explanation. The fact that residents cannot locate any information regarding this cancellation indicates to me that no one on the dais is being transparent about the decision-making process on this issue. This is the second time you've gotten to this point in the process and canceled the meeting. I suspect Commissioner Malega is the driving force behind this decision because of her preference is for Mr. Brown to fill this position. However, raising employee morale and keeping things afloat are not enough to qualify for the position of city manager. This is the second time Mr. Brown has been pulled away from his responsibilities to fill in for the city manager, and he's repeatedly stated he does not want the job. He is a very qualified, seasoned public works director, but he does not meet the range of qualifications needed to fill the role of city manager. City employees and residents deserve to have a qualified professional as a city manager who can properly handle the responsibilities that come with that position. They need to be able to run the city, do the metrics, hold staff accountable, and complement what we already have. They also need to have the ability to protect staff from members of the dais who act in a demeaning, belittling, and negative manner towards them. While you continue to ignore your duties and responsibilities in this matter, you are putting the city in great jeopardy. If Mr. Brown were city manager, I would support and encourage the next members of the dais to release him for failure to qualify. Then we would be without a city manager and potentially a seasoned public works director who knows of our infrastructure like the back of his hand. That would only leave Mr. Liberty with a history of knowledge about our city. We have two very qualified individuals over our utilities and public works departments. We just need a third individual for our city manager, someone who could come in with a new set of eyes and lead us forward. We do not need someone's personal preference to take precedent and lead us into a worse situation. These continued delays in fulfilling your duties and responsibilities make me question if any of you on the dais are qualified to be there. Maybe we should just wipe the slate clean and elect people who have no qualms in fulfilling the duties and responsibilities of the positions you currently hold.
Thank you. Susan Gaio, followed by Don Rosenshine, followed by Ginny Powell.
Susan Guillot, 131 North Gulfview. Good evening, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I'm going to be talking about parking regarding the current plans for W-Moda and the scale of development that has caught many of us by surprise, considering the initial concept was a museum and a few classrooms. While there have been some avenues to express our concerns, it's crucial that this forum and future discussions remain open to community input. It's important to note that the citizens of this town and its visitors have not been extensively consulted about this plan. You haven't asked, but we did. We took the initiative to gather feedback on a key aspect of the project, the potential introduction of paid street parking downtown. The overwhelming response we received was a resounding no. Residents and visitors cherish Lake Worth Beach for its small town charm and what I like to call its body heat vibe. And they are concerned about the impact of overdevelopment on its unique character. I was particularly surprised by the number of visitors from West Palm Beach who stated they did not enjoy going to their own downtown because it was too much of a hassle. They love coming to our town. I really was surprised how many people from West Palm and Boynton come here on a regular basis. They did not perceive using the much hated parking app as contributing to the charm. A number of them riffed on that in particular. In just 10 days, 8 of us have collected 872 signatures saying they don't want paid parking. They were from individuals who wish to have their voices heard. They value the efforts made by me and others to convey their opinions to this commission and express their strong opposition to paid parking. Additionally, There are concerns about the proposed parking garage, housing complex, and the deviation from the original museum-focused vision. I would like to add that I talked to a number of small business owners downtown, and none of them thought it was a good idea, and two of them started on quite a rant about it, actually. The revelation of the substantial funding provided by our town to a wealthy developer has sparked outrage among the community, I'm finding, and many of it found it difficult to comprehend the allocation of millions of dollars to a project that diverges significantly from the town's identity and values.
Okay, and WMODA is on the agenda, but.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, back to parking.
Okay.
I urge the commission to consider the sentiments of the residents and the visitors who hold Lake Worth Beach dear and to explore alternative solutions that align with the community's vision for sustainable development. Thank you for your willingness to.
Don Rosenstein, followed by Ginny Powell, followed by Tyler Chapman, and then Catherine Kohlmeyer. Take time. Good to see you. Good to see you out and about. Yeah. You had a rough go.
Don Rosenshine, 131.
Speak into the mic.
Don Rosenshine, 131 North Gulfview Road, Unit 3. I want to spend 3 minutes on WMODA. That's
WMODA's on the agenda. So
WMODA's not on the agenda.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought paid parking was on the agenda.
paid parking is not.
Paid parking is what?
Is not on the agenda. So go ahead with paid parking, but WMODA is on the agenda.
In other words, I can talk about paid parking.
Go ahead and talk about paid
Yeah,
parking.
well, it's very, very clear that paid parking, it was like being chlorinated. It was everybody was fist bumping and thumbs up. It was terrific. You know, where do I sign? That's what they wanted to know. Others who were quiet just came up and signed because they heard the discussion. It was a really exciting time with regular folks. Most of them were not angry. They were not upset. They just couldn't understand it. They didn't know why you would have paid parking. So, you know, they were a little anguished in their concerns because a lot of these people from June through January really support this town. There's a whole hell of a lot of people that do that. And they're just regular folks. We went into the Martini Bar, the Irish Bar, Publix parking lot, the beach, and on the beach, and all over Lake Avenue to include, you know, all the residents there. That at Common Grounds, I inadvertently walked into a sizable group who were very quiet. I started getting signatures by the drove. I didn't realize that I had just arrived before the beginning of an AA meeting. So I just want you to take in consideration, there's a lot of people here that are price sensitive. They live from paycheck to paycheck. It's not that you don't know this. You all know this because you represent all kinds of people. But this is the kind of thing that affects people's, you know, Monday through Friday operation. And I'm concerned about the retailers that these same people will not come as often as they have been. And that will affect some of the marginal retailers on the street. I want to save the retailers. This is like my hometown. It looks like my hometown. I love this place. And I want you to try to rethink that effect of WMODA. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginny Powell, followed by Tyler Chapman, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Jill Carmen.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I was one of the paid persons who did the paid street parking petition with Susan Guillot, our fearless leader and community activist. She led this campaign. We got, now I think it was over 850 signatures who overwhelmingly opposed paid street parking. And that was a range of people, as you heard, people who come here to shop, people to eat in our restaurants, people who work in the businesses, and even some people who own the businesses. And this particularly affects the small businesses. I think we collected some real data. I mean, it wasn't super official, but we got a lot of signatures and a lot of interest. Many I talked to emphasize what draws them to Lake Worth Beach. It's quirky, cool, laid back, kind of weird, Key West downtown vibe that we have here. And I think that's going to change, not just with the paid street parking. I realize I can't get into the whole W-Moda thing because that's later in the agenda. But I think all these things are going to change our city and not for the better. I also want to mention too that I went into Cafe Cocoon for some food, and I didn't have my petition. I just said, well, what do y'all think about this plan? Well, they didn't really seem to know too much about it, but they said, I will tell you that the valets from Oceana park cars on that street. So why is that happening? I mean, this is a little business. I mean, if I can't get a parking space, I'm going to go to the next street over or the next street over. I don't think we need the garage for that matter, because I think we're a walkable city. I think we should market ourselves as a walkable city. 5 blocks is a half a mile. It takes 10 minutes. So I just kind of the whole parking thing has me up in arms. But I think that we need to be very careful about some of the things that we're doing. I hate to see you take votes that are going to be irreversible and change our city forever. So I hope you're going to think carefully about some of these things that have been said today about the parking situation, in particular, the paid street parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler Chapman, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Jill. Jill. What? That's on the north L Street, just as Lake Lucerne, the old mama taco lady. Hi, sorry.
I love that taco lady. Okay.
It's supposed to be good though. Oh, Susan, I was going to ask you, do you have those? If you could give us Susan Dio, where are you? Should have the stack of petitions. Jenny, a copy of them? Yeah.
And then
Sure. Be helpful for us to have that. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry.
No, I love that. Thank you. I'm Tyler Chapman, 1224 16th Avenue North. This is a non-agended item, but it's going to sound very familiar to some things on your agenda. So don't be worried. It's specifically not stuff on the agenda, and it's about process. It's about how all of these things that help the wealthy and do not help our working class community got on the agenda. How'd that process happen? It's so funny because it's so funny.
Excuse me. We're not doing that tonight. Okay. It's a lot on the agenda.
I'm going to reclaim my time from you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jamie Brown has done a great job of explaining to you guys more than once. His staff is stretched thin. They are understaffed. So why does so much staff time go to helping the wealthy in this community and so little staff time go to the things that the working class actually need? The working class don't need you to give away alleyways. The working class don't need you to help W-Moda. That is not what the working class of this community needs. That's what the wealthy want. They don't need it either. But our staff's time goes to that because there's a certain order in which you guys have shown you give your priority, and that is to the wealthy first, as it seems. I think it's time that you recognize that this is a pattern that you've established, that these are the people you care about. And if you don't want that reputation, cool, change your behavior. If that's a reputation you're okay with, I suggest you say so out loud. Say that that's where your priorities are, and that that's who you're working to help, because that's what you do here. So just say it out loud, be specific. And if you're not, that's okay. I understand. You guys don't respond during public comment. I know, and that's probably good. Your public comment cards, I want to let you know, Andy Kavanaugh was here when he put forward his card. Sometimes people stand out here and write them all together and then have one person hand them in. If you think every person individually should hand them in, you should let the public know that. It's not written on the website as far as I can tell. So be aware. Yes, I know that it's on there, but it says if you prefer to speak, but not have the chair read your comments into the minutes, and then it gives a big space here for those comments. And he did give a comment and you refused to speak it into the record. I think that's a problem. Again, a process problem. Anthony Weiner has his people here. They can afford to be here in droves. They get paid to be here, and that's fine. Our people can't always afford to stay here. They give their comments. They do their best to get their comments to you. You need to be respectful of that and read them into the record.
Thank you. Catherine, please, folks, really, I know it's tempting. Catherine Colmar, followed by Jill Carlin, followed by Pam Triola-Clahane. That's great. It is your best call.
Make a comment to me. You are not supposed to talk to me when I come out to make a comment. I consider that to be a personal remark, and please hold them to yourself. My name is Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South, and I mean it. Please reserve your comments. First of all, on the blue comment card, the last item says, public comment cards personally submitted to staff during a meeting, which Andy was outside writing his card. So he was here during the meeting, will be read into the record regardless of whether the individual is still present at the meeting. This is directly underneath the item that Mayor Resch read out, saying public comment cards submitted to staff on behalf of absent individuals will not be accepted and read into the record. Now, Andy was here himself, so this was not submitted by somebody else on his behalf. So I trust that his comment will be read after I finish mine. Okay, the majority of the commission seem to be moving to suppress freedom of speech of minorities and its minority member. The city government does not exist in a void. Some members of our community are currently being held in the prison camp that has been named Alligator Alcatraz without due process. This is directly related to our city. And our commissioners not only have the right to speak about this, but a duty to do so. Thank you, Commissioner McVoy, for speaking up and standing up for our city and its people. And I do recall when Russia invaded Ukraine, I don't know if Mimi May was here, Commissioner Segrich definitely wasn't. Vice Mayor Malega, Mayor Betty Resch, proudly issued a resolution concerning the war in Ukraine. Now, I don't have a problem with that. Maybe there are people from Ukraine staying in our city, but the inconsistency of this commission is being seen in public. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Carlin, followed by Pamela Triola-Clahane. No.
Good evening. I'm Jill Carlin. I live at 2381 Sunset Avenue, apartment 205 in Lake Worth Beach. And I am going to talk a little bit about W-Moda, but not about the part that is on the agenda tonight. I'm going to speak about sustainability. As many of you know, I am a proponent of historic preservation and sustainable development. My late husband, the father of sustainable architecture, taught me everything I know about how to develop sustainably. In fact, our city might be well advised to utilize the principles in our entry into the American Institute of Architects' first international competition for developing a sustainable neighborhood in 1993, which was heralded as a thought leader, a gem for teaching sustainability worldwide. In addition, I have had a passion for historic preservation since childhood. In 1978, my hometown, the Hetty Newton, Massachusetts Historic Preservation Board, for which I was the youngest member, was responsible for the first This Old House. It was a house that I was trying to save as a kid, called the Bigelow House in my neighborhood, which we successfully converted from an abandoned haunted house into early designs for 6 luxury condominiums. I've been on the cutting edge of sustainable development and historic preservation until I came here in Lake Worth Beach, and had been shunned for my forward-thinking ideas like implementing a gondola from the beach to the State College with stops only at Lucerne and Golfview, none downtown, so the downtown can be serviced by Circuit and the Tri-Rail, at the third stop at the Tri-Rail, and also at the college. Gondolas successfully service great cities worldwide, including Paris, Porto, 3 in Toulouse, France, and many more. This, of course, would eliminate our parking problems altogether and create a placeholder tourist attraction, bring millions into our city to have fun riding into Lake Worth Beach from above, getting a feel for our charming cottage city, unless you all decide, of course, to destroy our charming city with an ugly parking garage and inappropriate museum for art that is secondary at best to what the Norton already exhibits. It's not just that there is no need for this kind of project that W-Moda screams about with signs crying now. It's about what is needed in our city, a comprehensive, sustainable plan that highlights our adorable, charming 20th century South Florida beach vernacular architecturally filled city for which we have the finest examples. Before you destroy another charming building, shame on you. Now is your moment to remedy your mistakes. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Pam Triola-Clahane.
Pam Triola-Clahane, 410 North Ocean Breeze. You were really good. Thank you. I was really surprised to hear all the comments come in about parking tonight. I was wondering why a commissioner would call out his gang of 20 to come out and talk about parking when we've got W-Moda going on tonight, and that's what the crowd is here for. I agree with you. I've never been for paid parking in the downtown, and I'm on your side about that. I think there's a lot of effective ways that can happen here in the city of Lake Worth Beach, and I don't want this to be a ploy to go against W-Moda because we're talking about, because staff will say, and some studies will say, that paid parking is linked to a parking garage. And I know that's what you're going to say because you've said it before. You said, this is what the studies show and this is what they are. It doesn't have to happen that way. It doesn't happen that way in a lot of cities across the country. And it doesn't have to happen that way. But I don't want there to be another wedge created to try to prevent a good project that we'll talk about later from happening. Okay. There's many ways we can have separate parking conversations, and I hope we do have separate parking conversations that have nothing to do with W-Moda, because there's been many parking studies done over the course of years. So having people coming forward and talking about this is just to create another wedge issue to stop a good project from coming to Lake Worth Beach, and I won't have it.
Thank you. And just because there is a confusion about, I'm gonna go ahead and read Mr. Kavanaugh because why not? It's very short, and thank you. Andrew Kavanaugh, 1321 North L. I'm against giving away land for $10. So I did that. So I read it. That's verbatim. Consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Oh, wait, we skip minutes.
No, I do the consent agenda because that's the way it's written on the thing, and then we'll go back to the minutes. See how it's linked on it says consent agenda and non-agenda.
That's just for people to speak about the consent agenda if they'd like to at that.
All right, approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, now we have public hearings ordinance number 29-09, second reading, amending the city code to provide that participation in the pension plan will be frozen for the person holding the position of city clerk. May you read by board by title, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
This is ordinance 2025-09 of the city of Lakewood Beach, Florida, amending chapter 16 pensions and retirement, article 2 employees retirement system, division 2 pension plan, section 16-26 participation in the pension plan, section 16-44 cash balance plan created, and section 16-46 eligibility to no longer permit a specified employee to actively participate in the pension plan, providing for severability, the repeal of laws of conflict, codification, and effectiveness.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
You,
Okay.
Motion to approve for conversation.
Right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. McVoy, your lights on?
Thank you. I expressed in the first reading my discomfort with this one. At that time, it was addressed both by an ordinance and by a resolution. And I, at that time, prior to the first reading, asked staff in my one-on-one meetings for some background on it, and I did not receive anything very satisfactory. I find it very uncomfortable and also, I have to say, puzzling, and seems like low probability that we have a situation that is so specific that it only applies to 1 out of 400 employees in the city, that we have to write an ordinance for that one employee, but that this situation does not apply to anybody else, that this is not something that we're solving a problem that applies to. It may be that it's perfectly fine, but it seems quite unusual to me.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
I'm not comfortable with that. And
Miss-
I've not been provided information that made me more comfortable.
Mr. Segridge.
I just have 2 repeat questions for staff. It's my understanding that approving this is in the best interest of the city. It actually saves the city money. Is that correct?
Is this on?
Yeah.
Okay. All
The
right.
lights on.
I'm Lauren Sladen. I'm the Director of Human Resources. That is correct.
Okay, approximately probably like $10,000 in that range, or somewhere in the thousands of dollar range,
Well,
non-specific.
you're talking to the HR director who is not into math. So I will, I
Can you
usually
speak
defer,
up a little, Lori?
yeah, I usually defer the finance questions to our finance director, but for the pension plan, for any participant in the general pension plan, there's a percentage that the city puts in, whether they're in the cash balance plan or then whatever year they're put in. So it's over 20% of everybody's salary. So to move this person into the 401A, it's 10%. So that's a difference.
And then my second question is for our city attorney. Something like this, if we don't settle, does have the potential of lawsuit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And lawsuits cost money. So there's no negative impact to the city on this. It actually looks like it's a positive and saves us a good deal of money, which in our tight budget, we like.
It does.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no, is there any Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this?
I do not.
And we have none here? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you very much.
I did not vote.
What?
I did not vote.
Vote? Well, you have to vote either A or yay or nay.
Fine, yay,
Okay, thank you.
not happily.
No, we're not always happy about what we have to do. Okay, now we're gonna go to, no, you have to have a real reason. You can't. Okay, B, ordinance number 25-05, second reading, city initiated zoning map amendment. Please read by title.
This is ordinance number 2025-05, ordinance of the city of Lakewood Beach, Florida, amending the city's official zoning map from the zoning district of mixed use east MUE to downtown DT on the properties generally located at the west side of South K Street and north of First Avenue South at 13 South K Street, 19 South K Street, 25 South K Street, 704 First Avenue South, and 710 First Avenue South, and is more particularly described in Exhibit A, providing for severability, conflicts, and effective date.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have public comment. Madam Clerk, do you have public comment on this one? I think you do.
I
maybe-
do.
Okay, I'll start with the folks in the room. David Sims, followed by Ginny Powell, followed by Tyler Chapman, followed by Catherine Polmeyer. I'll keep reading those as we come up. David, hi, good afternoon.
David Sims, 715 North L Street. I'm opposed to this. I'll save my reasons why on other agenda items. I mean, this is related to W-Moda, and I oppose aggregating these parcels to rezone for that. This is part of the historic district, and it should not be changed. The historic district should be preserved. So I oppose this, and I hope you vote against it.
Thank you. Ginny Powell, followed by Tyler Chapman. You gotta arrange your seating if you're gonna get out of there.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palmway. Good evening again. I might need some clarification. I think this is for the parcels that make up the property where the parking garage, proposed parking garage will be. Is that correct?
I'm gonna have Sam answer that
Okay,
question.
just to be sure, I'm pretty sure that's it. Well, again, as you know, I am opposed to a parking garage anyway. I think there's a lot of red flags on this. I believe that we should first look at and basically exhaust all surface parking options. I think it concerns me that everybody thinks it's okay. Maybe it is. I don't though, that the developer is giving us money for the garage so he can have parking spaces there. I think he should build all his parking spaces on site. I think there's other options for us. I'm also concerned that there was so much, everybody seems so happy that the developer is loaning us the money to build, or a portion of the money to build the parking garage at 4%. It's like it said that, oh, this is a deal that's too good to be true. Well, you know what they say about that. If a deal does sound too good to be true, it is too good to be true. It should have been a red flag. Also, the deal where you didn't ever get to discussing the full plan for the garage at a meeting back on the 15th of July, I think it was. And the staff has already recommended a couple of things to increase the different amenities to make it better than the 8.5 million. That's concerning, but we never got to make our comments that night because the discussion extended till 11 p.m. Now there's discussion about not moving the cottages to that property and extending the footprint of the garage over 4 stories. I calculated roughly that's another 20,000 plus square feet, also adding a 5th floor to the garage. So I'm opposed to anything to do with this garage.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you.
Tyler Chapman, followed by Kathleen Kohlmeyer. There he is. And I did read your friend's comments.
I really appreciate it. Tyler Chapman, 1224 16th Avenue North. I don't think that this current sitting commission has the trust of the community to take on this project. I think, again, you have shown yourselves to be much more interested in what helps the wealthy in this town than what helps the working class people of this town. And so project spearheaded by you will not be well accepted. I'm not fundamentally against parking garages. I think stacking the parking instead of putting them out over large amounts of land makes a lot of sense. I think a parking garage with no restroom next to a bunch of bars probably doesn't make a lot of sense. Our parking garage is going to smell like urine. I don't think that's even controversial to say. I think it's pretty straightforward. If you build a big parking garage next to a bunch of bars with no restrooms in it, we all know what to expect about that. No, not sure. Okay, that's fine.
Bars have restrooms. Good thing, but I don't want to comment.
Hey, I'm a fairly young guy for that
my
problem. I understand.
My-
No, it's all right. So again, this is a good opportunity to remind you that when you betray public trust, you lose it. And I think just what shows up on this agenda shows that you guys don't deserve the public trust. And maybe a small constituent to help pay for your seats, sure. But otherwise, you know, if you want to be trusted by the public, do what's in the public interest.
Thank you. Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Matthew Van Woorden. I'll get it someday, Matthew. And I need to know Dutch people. Catherine? Oh, there she is. And Matthew, you're up next if you're around. Okay.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I, like Ginny, believe this rezoning is to make a parking garage possible. The need for a parking garage is based on flawed data, as was publicly confirmed by Commissioner Segerich in the July 15th Commission meeting. This parking garage leads to on-street paid parking downtown, which is deeply unpopular with residents and visitors, which has already been talked about. And then the plans and design for the parking garage have changed a lot over the last few months. It's changed its cost. It's changed the number of parking spaces. It's changed its number of stories. And now it's being proposed possibly to extend it towards Lake Avenue, with that lot where the historic properties were maybe going to be moved, which now the Commission seems very eager to demolish. And this parking garage in our downtown is massive, massively expensive, and massively inappropriate for downtown K Street.
Thank you. Matthew Van Woorden. I'm really trying to work the way. Say one slowly. Van Woorden.
Hi, my name is Matthew Van Voorthuizen.
Thank you.
And I live at 302 North B Street. And I just want to talk about the garage a little bit. We already have the Bohemian garage, which was a huge waste of money. And I don't have very much assurance that this next garage is also not going to be a huge waste of money. So I think we, at the very least, before we consider doing anything toward the garage, we need to make more out of the Bohemian garage. I really like Jill's idea, the gondolas. That would be great to ride a gondola from the top of the garage down to downtown. It will go right over Dixie Highway. We don't have to worry about stopping traffic. FDOT would love us. They might even pay for it. Who knows? Maybe the gondola company would install it for free if they get a cut of the revenue. So anyway, there's a lot of things we can do there. We can divert the traffic from Dixie Highway westbound on First Avenue South. We can put in a signalized crossing. There's lots of things we can do before we consider building a second garage. And I just hope we don't waste even more money. So please be responsible with the city's resources.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first comment is from Giovanna Dominguez Timor, 301 8th Avenue North. It is abundantly clear to the public that another parking garage, especially as it relates to this W-Moda, is abhorrent to the residents of Lake Worth Beach, who have been informing you and bringing you facts and figures since this entire giveaway was initiated. It would be gratifying to see at some point that more than a single commissioner would care to listen to the wealth of information that has been delivered to you time and again by a well-informed citizenry. Public comment should not be an exercise in futility. They should motivate this commission to evaluate each and every one in order to reach a sound conclusion. Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I am all for the W-Moda project as long as it does not involve public money and donation of publicly owned land. There is no reason that taxpayers should be subsidizing this project for a very, very rich man. If he wants to go forward with the project, he should pay for it himself. I was seriously disappointed to listen to the last commission meeting where several commissioners talked at length as to how expensive it would be to retain and move the historic structures that are the subject of this rezoning request. It seems like the commission is saying to residents, rules for thee, but none for me. No regular resident would get a COA to possibly demolish a contributing historic structure because they had no place to move it or didn't want to move it or didn't want to spend the money to renovate it. That is not how our HRPB rules work for anyone in the city, except it appears the city, the CRA, and a rich developer. Expense is not an excuse. When I go in front of HRPB, I was required to pay more than double for a new roof under HRPB rules for one of my properties. And the whole point in moving these structures, in part, is to buffer the one-story historic community to the south of this proposed garage boondoggle. It seems that idea has been thrown out the window in order to build a 5-story concrete garage monstrosity in the middle of historic Old Town. While I am for moving the historic structures, I'm against this rezoning, as it appears to be a bait and switch. Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. Do not approve the zoning change to clear the way for another parking garage. I'm completely against spending 8.5 million to 10 million on a parking garage. Everyone I talk to doesn't think it makes any sense. They are looking at restaurants struggling throughout all of South Florida. They are looking at the vacant storefronts in our downtown and an abundance of parking 90% of the time. They are looking at having to pay for parking to support the garage and aren't happy. They are looking at the failed Bohemian parking garage that is already a drain on the city's budget. They are looking at all the other needs in the city and wondering why this commission is prioritizing its spending on such an unpopular and risky project. Panagiotis Tsolkis, 822 North C Street. I am a homeowner and resident of the city and a member of the group Lake Worth for All. Zoning map amendments for the parking garage on South K Street are a waste of public money and land. The only way to make sense of this plan is to look closely at the influence of the W-Moda developer, Arthur Weiner, who is standing to make millions off this and the other nearby public land. He is pushing this multi-million-dollar project on us and using his influence over our CRA and city staff to get work in his favor rather in public interest. We need our commissioners to stop accommodating this bad plan. We need you to stand up to this. Continuing to pursue this parking garage development plan has a negative impact on me, my family, and my fellow members of Lake Worth for All. It erodes our quality of life, worsens traffic, hurts downtown businesses and the local economy, and is a massive waste of local, county, and state taxes intended to improve public infrastructure. Corey Metzler, 222 North L Street. In 2006, the city approved the building of the Lucerne building. As far as I'm aware, there was no land giveaways or financial concessions granted, certainly not $4 to $9 million worth of concessions proposed for the Weiner project. So why is the city council and CRA so desperate to grant these giveaways to the Weiner organization now? The Weiner apartment building is proposed at 110 units. The Lucerne is 80 units. That means the Weiner is 38% larger. Has the city really considered what 200 plus additional cars traveling on L&M Street twice a day will mean for traffic and parking? The solution to a problem we do not have currently is to spend multiple $1 million on a parking garage, paid parking, and residential parking. The cost of implementation, enforcement, and continued use must be staggering. I've seen the price list from IGO. A cynic would suspect you are casting this yes vote to put the city's finances in such peril that only selling the beach and golf course would bail us out. This town lost its charm back in 2006 with the arrival of the Lucerne. 25 years later, this city council is putting us on a path to lose our golf course and beach. Vote no to ordinances to 2025, 05, 06, and 07. Maura Hennessy, 1031 North M Street. The proposal to rezone and build a downtown parking garage is a complete waste of taxpayer dollars. Additionally, paid parking and residential parking with all the costs associated to enforcing those programs is an additional waste of money. Why are we spending our limited resources on solving a problem we don't have? Frankly, the mix of vape shops, bars, kava shops, and tattoo parlors isn't the draw necessary for such a grandiose luxury. We don't need a parking garage. The idea of using the parking garage at the Bohemian apartment building is another misplaced solution, as it's too far and too expensive. Let's build our retail services and hospitality mix so we can actually have a legitimate need. Then we can discuss parking solutions, especially ones that are not part of a sweetheart concession package to developers. Elisa Sumner, 216 South K Street, Apartment 1. I live close to town. To do any work on my house, be it roofing, fencing, new windows, shutters, etc., I have to jump through hoops to ensure that I'm staying within the architectural details of the period in which my house was built. I do not complain. I understand the rationale of wanting to keep this town charming, of respecting our history. Yet you are changing our zoning to allow for incongruous tall buildings. You are discussing destroying historical buildings so you can make an even bigger concrete monstrosity of a garage that in actuality has still no proven benefit. I understand the need to grow, but the hypocrisy here is telling. Kara Jennings, 822 North C Street. Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. I know it is unlikely you are open to changing your minds on this vote, as it has been rapidly moving forward. This should be an easy no vote, as the garage is not needed, given we have an empty publicly funded garage just a few blocks away. The city is already paying hundreds of thousands for the Bohemian garage, and now you are spending more public money to build a second garage. It makes no sense and reeks of corruption. This garage is unpopular because it is unnecessary. The city could partner with businesses and developers to provide a circuit type loop from the Bohemian garage to downtown, but instead you are destroying our historic downtown to upzone, remove historic structures, and build a parking garage. You are being poor stewards of our public funds and public lands. How unfortunate that the public pool that the mayor and others campaigned did not move as fast as this new parking garage. A parking garage that no one campaigned on because it is not popular or needed. That's the last comment on this item, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'm going to limit comments, commission comments to 3 minutes. It's 8 o'clock and we're very early on in the agenda. Mr. McBoy, Madam Clerk, can you keep time?
I will, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I think the mayor's comment straight out of the box is very telling. We are faced with decisions tonight that drastically affect the nature of our city. We have heard 100% comments that they do not approve of the direction that my colleagues have been going for quite a while. And the comment from the mayor is, damn the torpedoes, we don't need to hear from anybody. You get 3 minutes. I think that is a very revealing way of showing that you don't give a hoot about regular people in this city who have very clearly said, we do not know about a museum coming to town. I've said that repeatedly. People don't know about it. When they do hear about it, they are extremely unhappy about it. And there's been major efforts to say, oh, the parking garage, it's not at all related to the museum, and the paid parking, it's not related to the parking garage. And that is BS. That is what that is. And it is not good governance of my colleagues to push BS on the city. I have asked repeatedly, before you go moving forward on a parking garage, do some reasonable studies, figure out what the financial impact on our downtown businesses is of going to paid parking. Because contrary to what nonsense you may hear, nobody's going to use a paid parking garage like the empty Bohemian if there is free parking on the street. So of course the two things are related. And it's insulting to our intelligence for people to say, oh, they're not related. And of course, the parking garage and the paid parking are related to W-Moda because all you have to do is look at what on-site parking W-Moda is provided and their October ingredient in agreement that they slipped through during a hurricane that said they can buy their way out of the parking requirements. And we went ahead as a commission and said, oh, by the way, why don't we reduce it 25% more? Well, you can't fix that now. It's too late. This is a boondoggle from the get-go. This is a project. We don't need a parking garage. You have not established as a commission a real need for this. You've not established that paid parking will help our businesses, and every business is quick to tell you that it'll hurt it. You have heard from your community you have heard from your community over the years that has said, you know what? We actually like having a historic downtown. And a historic downtown is not just one or two buildings, it's a historic fabric. Moving buildings, yeah, nice, but that isn't keeping your historic fabric. And now, where we said, well, we'll move some of those buildings, the whole need to move these buildings is for bringing in a non-historical, oversized, inappropriate project that is claiming 50,000 visitors a year. Really? They get about 5 a day, and they've been in business quite a while. It is not
Madam Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. No, you're not doing it. We're waiting for you to stop. Thank you. Folks, if we're going to have that, we're not going to be here. It's that simple. Thank you. I guess I speak to different people than Mr. McVoy does, because when I speak with people in the community, when I go around the community, they're excited about a museum. They understand we're an art place, and we're bringing art to the city. Listen, I will ask the police to remove you if you don't stop. We're not going to do it pro, con, anything. We're just going to be polite and let people speak. Thank you. So we have different views on that, and we've had well over a year, Mr. McVoy, to ask questions and talk and get explanations from staff and from W-Moda. So I think it's a little disingenuous, and it's a wonderful platform for you to expound. But we disagree, Mr. Zegridge.
So, I may not be a soil scientist, but I am a data guy, and I do look at the data. And there are several studies about parking that have been conducted. 2018, 2024, the Treasure Coast Council. All of them agree on one thing, and these were all pre the W-Moda project. We need at least 150 spaces in the downtown. And that's a fact. And that was in 2018, and that was a current need. In order for you to move forward, you have to have goals. You have to look 5 years down the road. Your life's going to go nowhere if you just focus on today. And so part of this is also focusing 5, 10 years down the road. You don't build something at the time you need it, because it takes 5 to 7 years to actually construct. You build for future need. And so if we already needed 150 spaces in 2018, I'm sure we're going to need a little bit more 5 years from now. Now, talking about the Bohemian, you can look at it objectively and say it was a bad deal. It was. I think it was a bad deal, but it was an icebreaker. It was an icebreaker that brought development to Lake Worth, which paved the way for such things as the Mid, the Gulf Stream, Teco Green, a lot of the great things that are going on. So sometimes cities have to make crappy deals to make good things happen. As far as that parking garage goes, it's in a bad place right now. But when the artisanal district develops, it is going to be filled. We have a very aggressive project going on H and East Coast that's going to transform that area. There are changes to the parking rules in that area, which is going to drive utilization of that garage. But common sense will tell you that garage is on an island. It's across a 4-lane highway from our downtown. No one in their right mind is going to park there and walk to the downtown. So yeah, it's a bad deal. But let's not make a mistake just in spite of ourselves because we made somewhat of a bad deal earlier on. It just makes no sense. In terms of the 50 spaces for W-Moda, that's been part of our ordinances during your entire tenure, sir. In all of that time, you've never brought up changing it. So as a newbie to the commission, I don't like that. I don't like that people can pay that much and get away with not building those spaces. I actually don't. And I've suggested that we change that or raise it significantly. But in all of your tenure, you never brought it up. So I put you at fault for that. But that's the law. And when we have a developer who comes in and follows the rules that we have, and especially since you've been sitting there for 5 years with those rules, you don't get to insult the developer for following our rules. That's our fault for not changing it. So, I look at this stuff and I say, we have been following the data. We have been making the good decisions. And, if a developer follows the rules, they should be allowed to do so without insult. So
Madam Mayor, that's
I'd like to
3
call the
minutes.
question.
Thank you very much. The question has been called. All in favor?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, we need a second and a vote on that.
We already did that.
We did.
May and Segrich.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
That's okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna take a comfort break.
you come to the Dem Club's meeting? Trying to think, put a comment, remind me.
Okay, folks, if we're gonna get out of here tonight, we gotta get back to work. Everybody, please, let's sit.
Okay.
How are you? Good to see you. You would have loved, I was around some roundabouts the other day.
Okay.
I was driving on some roundabouts the other day and I thought of you.
¿Y cómo se appelez-vous?
A new development. Like a development.
Okay.
What? No. On the way down from there. I forget. It was Vieira, something like, but we were like.
Send me the contact. Yeah, good. I'm gonna have to, I mean, you owe me big time now.
God bless them. I'm from Jersey. Here. Good to see you.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Okay, everybody, really, please sit down and be quiet. We got to get going. We have a lot of work to do and it's 8:30. We only
Closed session.
Madam Mayor?
don't
it is
make me use my gavel. Wow.
It is 8:27 and we have reconvened.
Thank you very much. Mr. McCoy? What?
I think I heard 8:47, but that's not what the
No,
clock
you
said,
didn't,
but,
but
8:27.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to add a factoid.
No, we're
very
off that
briefly.
subject. We're not going back.
Um,
Sorry, we're not going back. We're going
I-
forward. The next item on the agenda is.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome.
It's good to have
Thank you.
fact-based governance. I
Yeah.
like that.
Oh, spare me your righteous indignation. Okay, next
Spare me
up
your
is.
suppression.
We've all had our time to speak. New business, acceptance of the $5,000 Cephalin Breakthrough Award and appropriation to library operating expenses for the use in the digitalization of the Lake
Second.
Worth Hill. We have a motion, we second. Are there any public comment? We have our librarian here. Maybe she'd like to make a public comment.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, who made the second?
Ms. Malega. It
Can
was,
everybody speak into their mics, please?
thank you. Okay, our librarian just wants us to vote on this. So
Yes.
all in favor?
Aye.
Yes, thank you.
Aye.
And thank you to our librarian who is amazing.
All right. We're on the back.
We're on the back. We turn the page.
Turn the page.
Resolution number 43-2025, authoring the fourth budget
Motion
amendment.
to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second by May.
Any public comment? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. D, service order with ClearGov to provide the city with additional financial modules.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any public comment? All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Professional services agreement with Government Finance Officers Association for Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP, Implementation Advisory Services. Do
Motion
I have a
to
motion? We have a motion to approve by Mr. McBoy, second by Ms. Malega. All in favor? Any public comment? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you
Aye.
very much. Work, number F.
Aye. Didn't vote. Aye.
Aye.
Oh, you.
Work order number 6 with a paving lady for paving and concrete repair work at City Hall.
No.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you by, that would May and Malega. All in favor? Any public comment? Anybody? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very
Back to
much.
Finished.
Okay, what?
Back to unfinished now,
Back to
right?
unfinished.
Unfinished A.
Finished A.
Sorry.
That's okay. My book will not call. There we go.
Isn't this like the third time we've had this conversation?
Yeah, and what this, okay, this is a discretionary funds policy. Every year we get $10,000 for discretionary, city we all have things that we try to help out. This is to have the deadline next year be July 31st. Requests must be submitted early enough to allow a 2-week processing period. An organization must complete a vendor package. This is all standard now, right? Yeah.
Yes.
An organization, I want the public to know. An organization must complete a vendor package to become a registered vendor in the city before a request will be fulfilled. The organization shall provide a letter indicating the amount requested and how the funds will be used. and all requests from the commission shall be in writing with a complete backup for the request. Mr. Sigrid. Oh,
Motion
do I,
to-
wait, yeah, do we have, thank you. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Motion to approve for discussion.
Okay, second by Malega. Mr. Sigrid.
So I just had a couple comments on this. So this is the first time it's coming back kind of in its official form for us. I would like to see the deadline either August 15th or August 31st. Beyond that, item 2, letter C. The way that this is written, it kind of implies that these are going to be all donations to charitable organizations, but sometimes it's initiatives that we're doing, or we have to send a mailer, or we got to do something with our funds that are not charity related. So it probably should be the commissioner should be filling out this form, which is on the next page, versus a letter from the organization. I think this form on the next page takes care of that. And then everywhere it uses the word donation on the form on the second page. I think it needs to be reworked to be a little bit more general so that it applies to more than just donations.
Okay, and I have a little problem with the word request because we're actually, I mean, we have each $10,000 to do if we want or not. And I don't know I mean, I'll live with it, but I think request is a little.
I think that's just a standard procurement term.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't like it, but I think that I agree with you.
Or purchase order or something like that.
Something, organization. So the commissioner would complete the vendor package. No, this is the letter. This is why we want it. This is what it's being used for. So the change to C would be the organization the commissioner or the elected official shall provide a letter indicating the amount requested and how the funds will be used. I think that's perfectly fine. Do we have consensus to change that?
Could you read the new line, proposed language for C again, please?
The elected official requesting the funds shall provide a letter indicating the amount requested and how the funds will be used.
That's fine.
Okay, Ms. Malega?
I was just going to second Anthony's change of date. I think that August 15th would be a little bit better than July 31st. And instead of donation, maybe contribution.
Good idea. Do you like that better?
I agree with August 15th. On C, I think it shouldn't be the letter because what's on the second page is the actual request.
A form, provide a form.
Fill out the form, but even contribution. I mean, receiving the funds because it's not necessarily a contribution or a donation. I mean, we could be buying a park bench.
That's still contributing to the cause.
That's the contribution.
Contribution.
Yeah,
Okay.
like that's what I just did with my
grammatically-
remaining funds for the library.
Okay.
Contributing it to the library to buy what they need to get.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So a couple of changes. C will read, the elected official requesting the funds shall provide a letter requesting the amount requested and how the funds will be used. Yeah.
Are we doing the letter? Or are we doing the form?
Well, the form is different.
But
All right. Let me call on people.
Sorry.
Ms. May.
the letter C.
Yeah.
I have a problem with requested too, because sometimes they don't request it. We just say, I see that you're doing really good work. I've got discretionary funds. I mean, like with the Art League, they didn't ask me. I wanted to support them. With the Recovery Hub, same thing. So it wasn't a request. It was something that I chose to do with that money. So maybe it could be the organization shall provide a letter indicating how the funds will be used. Period. Not indicating how the funds will be used. Take out the amount requested. And the word and.
Okay, we're sort of conflating a little bit. The organization must complete a vendor package.
No, yeah, that's telling us that they're allowed to take money.
And what if we added to that and describe how the funds will be used?
No, because B is a standard, you're a vendor. And then the C is I'm giving this money for whatever.
So the elected official, not the organization. C.
Letter D says that the request will come from the city commissioner, right?
Do we even need anything coming from the organization besides them having a vendor packet? Does it matter what they're going to do with it if we give it to them? If they're legit vendors?
Right.
Sometimes we would earmark, but we might just donate for best use, up to your discretion. Here's to the entire.
So you're suggesting eliminate C.
Eliminate C, because I mean, that would be very limiting, and maybe I don't know the best use, you know? I guess they could say, but I don't know. I just don't
Okay,
think
so
it's necessary.
there's a suggestion to eliminate C completely and go A, B, D or whatever.
Are you guys
Mr.
okay with
McCoy?
that?
I'm fine with that.
Are you okay with that?
Mr. McCoy?
Okay, so C would go.
Away.
And are we going to come up with a better word than request? Because it is a little funny to call these requests. These are discretionary funds that are given
No,
to
the
each of the elected officials. We're not requesting to do this. We're saying this is what we want
No,
to do
we're
with our.
requesting the clerk to go ask for the check. We're making the request for the money to be, or whoever gives us the money to give to them. That's the request.
I think that's
Fine.
And I think request is kind of a standard.
Because we're requesting finance to
Right.
do the
To write a
transfer.
check, yeah.
Okay. So
So we need to
we're going
amend
to
the
change,
motion.
right, we're going to change 31st to August
Wait, I'm
15th.
sorry, Madam Mayor. Valentina's about to pop on because
Oh,
she was instrumental in this and she's the head of
Sure.
procurement.
yep.
And there's a method to her madness regarding the deadlines.
Yeah, the deadline, I think I think the July, if we know the July, personally, if we know the July, if the deadline is July 31st, we've got plenty of notice that that's the deadline. And I know that finance needs, I'm looking for Valentina. Is she?
Valentina, can you please come in?
I just called upstairs.
Okay, she was in the back first. Okay. Yeah, I think that the extra time actually is for the staff to process these things.
Because bear in mind, although I'm not in finance, I do know they have, it's not just these requests, there's a lot going on with the entire city regarding purchase orders and requisitions and
At the end of the year.
checks and P cards, et cetera. So,
Here comes our.
oh, there she is.
There she is. It's on.
Good evening. Sorry, I ran. Valentina Sustain, Assistant Finance Director for Purchasing. I'm sorry, I did not hear the question.
The question is, you have July 31st as the date, and Mr. Segridge has suggested August 15th. And what is the difference? Or is there a difference, or do you care?
I guess we can work with the, August 15. I think 2 weeks is not going to make a large difference. We close entering the purchase orders in normally in the mid of September, which means and then everything can get paid. So as long as I would appreciate if you can provide all the information when you're submitting those requests, so that way it can be processed right away.
Would it be more helpful to have a July?
I
Or
think
does not matter?
it doesn't really
Okay.
matter. I think 15 August is fine.
Okay, thank you.
We can work it out.
Appreciate
No problem.
Does she care about C if we take out C?
Do you care if we take out the organization, provide a letter requesting that how the fund and the amount requested and how the funds would be used? We're suggesting that we do that when we fill out this form. So
Yes. So the reason why it's just how it's just basically to describe what is there going to be used, because it's to serve any donation has to be public purpose, for the public purpose.
Right.
So that is the only
but I
reason.
think we would say that.
Yeah.
Yes, you will.
Yeah.
You will describe what it is. I don't know if you're going to give to the band 500 to the band, for the band in the school. So it's just to describe what you are actually
So not
giving.
the organization, us. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Was there another thing?
I think we need clarity here. At one point, we were going to drop C altogether.
Yes, we still are.
That's not what I heard.
Well,
I
Yeah,
heard
because
that
Chris, look, it says description of donation on the form. So we are going to tell her what we're going to do.
We do.
we're dropping.
Sorry, I didn't.
No, she said drop C is fine.
That's not what I heard. And I suspect
All right,
that there
let's
is
keep
some.
reading.
What is this? Yeah, we don't need the C because we are replacing the C with the form.
Okay.
So that's going to be covered in the form.
Okay, thank you very
And
much.
will we have access to these forms and like, are you going to just email us blank forms? How are we going to get them?
So we can give you an access in interdepartmental drive that you all have an access, and there is a folders where we keep all of the forms, and it's going to be there. And of course, it can be available for you there in a hard copy as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Segridge.
Is it going to be a machine readable form or fill outable form?
Mr. Segrich.
It's going to be fillable form, so you can sign it
Fillable form.
electronically. Yes.
Lovely.
So if we're eliminating item C, which I'm in agreement with, item D, I would like to change to read, all requests from the commission shall use the discretionary fund request form with complete backup provided for the request.
That makes sense.
And then
What is complete backup?
Well, it says here, complete backup. Why, here's the band, they're provide that the finance will check that they're a registered vendor.
The term complete backup is is the form the complete backup?
Yeah.
In which case, when you say we'll provide a form.
I agree with Chris. Use the discretionary fund request form, period.
Okay.
Unless there's something else.
We can always add something. Like if it's for an event, you could attach the thing about the event or whatever.
Right, flyer.
But it's not mandatory. So thank you, Chris. All requests.
C and D are both removed?
Well, no, D will be, all requests from the commission shall be in writing
On the phone.
shall be the discretionary fund request form.
Use the damn form.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
And then in terms of changing the form itself, the wording, third section down, legal name of organization receiving payment. I would say payment. And then the fifth one down, point of contact for receipt of funds. And then the description there would be request description and use of funds.
Why does it matter?
Should have been a lawyer. He likes to change words. I none of that. It's all neutral. I don't care.
Okay.
We can. There is no. Yeah.
We can change that.
So
We can change that.
I would like to amend my motion to approve this as changed by the direction of the commission.
Can you repeat? Sorry, can you repeat?
Can you
You
just
wanted to
repeat it?
change the
Just
form?
Yes. The third section down to say legal name of organization receiving payment.
payment. Okay.
Payment.
The fifth one down, point of contact for receipt of funds.
Okay.
The I before E is
Funds. Yeah.
The next section, request description and use of funds.
request
What?
Description
and
use of funds.
description
Yeah.
funds
And use
It says
or description of request and use of funds, whatever. we're gonna say.
Description of request or description of fund use.
Yeah.
Okay.
Description
Something like
of
that.
description of
intended use of funds.
perfect.
There you go.
See, it takes a while.
Intended
Takes a
use.
lawyer.
Intended.
And she doesn't just play one on TV.
I know.
So
It's amending the motion to approve with changes as directed by commission.
Second.
The motion.
Thank you.
You need to fix annually by July 31st.
To August.
Oh,
August 15.
Yeah.
annually by,
Yeah.
got it.
August
Okay,
15.
so all in favor? Oh, wait, I have a public comment. Pam Triola Culhane has a comment. August 15th. Thank you very much, Valentina.
Pam Trio, Local Lane, 410 North Ocean Breeze. Just real quickly, is this in addition to, and I know you don't have to answer me back, in addition to your travel expenses? And if you should not respond by the date determined for it, does your discretionary fund go away? Does it double next year? Or is it just a one shot, you use it? And where does it go if you don't use it?
Thank you. Okay.
Should we put it,
all-
sorry. Should we put that it goes back in the general fund?
I think that's if you don't use it, you lose it.
That's,
that's
okay,
in there.
got it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
You said.
Yeah, I did.
Yep. Okay. 5-0. All right. B, termination of interlocal agreement between the city and the CRA
Motion to
regarding
approve.
foreclosures of properties. Motion to approve by Malega, second by
May.
May. Any public comment, ma'am? We have none here, I don't think. Okay.
No,
all-
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. C, Fifth Amendment to the retail lease with RTT Benny's on the beach for the current tenant Benny's. And we had that's number C. We have the request.
Motion to approve for discussion?
Okay, do I have a second for discussion?
Second.
Okay. There's a lot of public comment on this one, I know. So, and I know the clerk has quite a few, I've read them. So we're gonna hear them. After the people. I'm looking to you for my blue cards.
Oh.
This is about Benny's?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Hampshire O'Clahane. I can hear myself.
Pam Gill, Oklahoma, 14 North Leisure. I just want everyone to remember, especially Commissioner McVoy, back when Benny's came, when the owner Lee Lipton came to the beach, and we had, of course, the brothers who had owned it first before that. And when they came there was a lot of problems with the actual building of Benny's on the beach. And it was never fixed. The city didn't have any money to fix it. Things were caving in. Jamie, you remember that as well. City came in to assess the damages. And when Lee came in, he said, listen, I know you guys are strapped. And this is an informal conversation that was being had at the time. We know you guys are strapped. I'll take care of it. I just need to make sure that it's not raining inside and the people aren't getting wet and there's a bathroom and there's a this and that. And he stepped in and he was kind of our savior a number of times by stepping in and paying for things that normally you pay for the infrastructure. The person who's leasing the building pays for like all the big stuff, you know, your roof, your infrastructure, whether the electric plugs are working, the water, the whatever, that's what you pay for, you know, and it's got to be coming in. As for maybe your stoves and other things like that, that's something that you negotiate. But in a commercial lease, that's the deal. And when you come in and you take care of and replace roofs and major structures and major things like that, and do solid by the city at every moment and every time he's ever been asked to help with anybody or anything, and he needs some help in this regards to this matter, I think giving him a break once in a while isn't a bad thing to do, considering that he's paying for all this. In fact, if you guys would be derelict landlords for how that Benny's on the beach has stood over the course of years, if he didn't step in and put his money in.
Thank you. Tyler Chapman, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Noam Brown, and Matthew. I'm just going to try it. Okay, folks in the hallway, if you've put in a blue card, it's time to come in. Tyler Chapman, Catherine Kohlmeyer, Noam Brown, and Matthew. What? Oh, don't. Tyler, you're still here, I think. No? Okay, well, Ms. Kohlmeyer, you're up then.
Oh, here he is. He's just here.
Wait, all right. Come on in. You gotta pay attention. Okay, Mr. Chapman, you're up.
All right, Tyler Chapman, 1224 16th Avenue North. A public right-of-way and the way we treat our assets. I'm sorry, are we on the wrong one?
Benny's on the beach.
Benny's on the beach. Yeah, so sorry, I was showing people the sister city with St. Mark that we have.
Had.
Oh,
Benny's.
We don't have that anymore?
Right.
Oh, so sad.
Unfinished business.
Oh, I already spoke to the gentleman currently running Benny's. I strongly disagree with spending this money. I think that our city has much better things to spend the money on at the beach. Again, how this stuff gets on the agenda and you guys allow it to get to this point is sad. You could have just right out said this is a bad deal for the city, or you could hold to not commenting while the public is talking. It's wrong. I think you know it's wrong. I think you would have a hard time explaining this to your constituents if you had to talk to them one by one, but it's easy for you to do it in here when half the public who showed up has already left. So by all means, continue giving away our money to wealthy people who don't need it. I think it's a bad deal.
Thank you. Ms. Catherine Kohlmeyer.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. What I would really like to see, we've had the narrative of Benny's on the beach being, you know, in good partnership with the city. And the city gave him a very, very sweet deal on the lease for 10 years. And I think what we would like to see is the city behaving in a rational, business-like way, where if a tenant spends money on premises, that it's itemized, that you know what was spent, you've had an inspection of the building. in like as if you were a kind of actual regular business doing business-like things in a kind of proper way. And also, I think it would be a really good idea, as Commissioner McVoy suggested at the beginning of the evening, to have a policy on how you deal with requests like this so that you can be consistent and professional in your dealings with people, instead of having a kind of narrative of, oh, he's done so much. Maybe he has, but it would be good to itemize it in a, in an accounting kind of way so we can all see and it can be transparent. And then the commission wouldn't have to worry about shady optics and possibly differences in the way they treat different people. If you make something consistent, it's healthy, it's transparent. That's the way a good commission should operate. Thank you.
Thank you. Noam Brown, followed by Matthew. Then Gordon. Noam Brown, are you out there? I don't know why he's not here. Is he here? No, Matthew, you're next. Yeah, you're next, but Noam doesn't want to give away money to Ben things. Is he here? Okay, but he left. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to call his name if he's not going to be here, but that's fine. Thank you. I'll read it.
Hello, my name is Matthew Van Voorthuizen. I'm at 302 North B Street. I have an issue with a lease that was a big struggle to get approved when it probably should have actually been a larger amount of money that he was paying us. And now we want to give him a discount. And I don't think that's appropriate. The city needs to stand firm when it has a lease and it has a right to collect a certain amount of money. It needs to collect that amount of money on behalf of the taxpayers. I would love it if I could get 2 mortgage payments paid for me so that I could make some repairs on my house. But I don't expect you guys to do that for me. And I don't think you should be doing that for Benny's either. Thank you.
Noam Brown, giving away money to Benny's to cover rent amounts to favoritism and doesn't find fiscal sense. Other businesses in our city get the level of consideration and relief for renovations and rent due. It's question do other. I am opposed. Okay, so we've got everything now. Ms. Malega, your light was on first.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, do you want me to read the comments?
Oh, I'm sorry, sure. You do?
Okay, I'm going to set the timer.
Madam Clerk, Ramsey is feeling ignored and we've got to find her card. I don't have it. Nope. Come on.
Are you sure?
All right, go ahead, Ramsey. We'll take your word. You're trustworthy, bro. This is true.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. When he came with the request to sublet, he should have advised you at that time that in order to accommodate such a change, there would need to be renovations done to this restaurant space and that it would cost the city $57,000. He did none of that, which I find deceitful. And to date, he seems to have dictated the course of how this change was going to happen. I have read his letter in the backup, which wasn't available until last Friday, and I take exception to his description regarding his space. He makes it sound like the city has done nothing to maintain the HVAC systems, etc., at the beach. Is this true? Are we expecting the tenants to incur such costs in order to operate there? What is the procedure for tenants to report such issues as a non-functioning air conditioning unit, etc.? Is the city operating as a slumlord when it comes to the tenants at the casino building? Has he ever made the city aware of the issues he is having with such equipment before he unveiled all of them in his letter? His restaurant on the pier will remain open, so he will have an income during this time. So obviously, this is a very sweet deal for him. But what is the city getting out of losing $57,000? At this point, you should have legal grounds to rescind the approval of the sublet amendment to his lease based on the fact that he intentionally left out information that was crucial to your ability to make an informed decision. City staff need to review his claims about his rental space and either confirm or refute them. They also need to verify that the changes he wants to make will not have a negative impact on the city's ability to rent this space out to a future tenant. He needs to present an itemized cost estimate, and the building department needs to review his plans to ensure what he envisions is possible. Then Mr. Lipton needs to make a formal presentation to the commission that includes all documents he claims to have and allow residents to provide input. In this instance, you need to make a business decision that does not have a negative impact on our city's income and shows you are being a fiscally responsible landlord.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
And apologies, ma'am, your
Oh.
C looks like a G. It had a horizontal line through it.
Sorry. You are forgiven. Madam Clerk.
Okay, I'm ready. So the first comment is from Nick Palugi, 429 North D Street. I'm against giving Benny's owner $60,000 in rent credits. This is not enough. I think we should give him $500,000, which for reference is only half of the yearly cost of his Mar-a-Lago membership. Lake Worth is extremely lucky to have a patron of Mar-a-Lago as our tenant, and it would be wise to give him whatever he asked for, so we, a poor little beach town, are kept in the good graces of our king. We should strongly consider handing over the property.
Folks, excuse me, Madam Clerk. Please, thank you. No laughing. Keep going. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get this thing done.
Okay, we should strongly consider handing over the property and the pier entirely to Mr. Lipton under the condition that he provide our sanitation department a small recurring stipend to account for the collective impact that the extraordinary grease content of his products place upon our plumbing systems. As somewhat of an aside, I also want to propose that we stop having city meetings entirely. The tired ritual of democracy is wasteful and detracts from the commission's true function, which is to facilitate the transfer of public wealth to private entities. This wealth transfer could be done with very minimal staff. Likely only a computer and a lawyer is needed. And thanks to AI advancements, even the lawyer piece can be automated eventually. In the very near future, the commission will not have to struggle anymore with the ritual of public consent when giving million-dollar assets to private entities. As things are now, if you want to give away city land to a deserving businessman or businesswoman, elaborate far-fetched plans have to be invented and put before the public. For example, W-Moda's Glass Museum or hotel across the street from Dollar General that will somehow fetch $800 a night for a room. Imagine how much time and resources could be saved if the transfer of wealth and assets from public to private would happen smoothly and honestly without the tedium of PowerPoint presentations. Oh, that's time for that one. Next is Sam Smith, 109 North Palm Way. I'm against providing a rental abatement to Benny's. The city has no legal obligation under the contract to provide a rental abatement as the work being done is under Benny's lease, meaning the work is not the city's obligation as a landlord. If any other beach tenant were undertaking similar work, they would not receive a rental abatement. As such, I think the city should be consistent and fair and not provide a rental abatement to one tenant. While the city boohoos about needing money, to approve this rental abatement would mean that the city is contradicting itself. I hope if the city approves this rental abatement for a guy who drives around in a Ferrari, the city might finally give regular residents a break by lowering the millage rate. Taxable values in the city have risen by 53.85% in the city since 2020. This information comes directly from the Palm Beach Post and/or our own audit reports. Clearly, since the city is considering rent abatements for millionaires, we also deserve a break. Cindy Lookabout, 1102 North Palm Way, unfinished business with Benny's lease. For giving $50,000 in rent payments to a successful, lucrative business is ludicrous and more pandering to tourist traps at the expense of the city's budget. This is another instance of abrogation of your sworn duty to residents and taxpayers of Lake Worth Beach. This is, again, excessive pandering to tourism at citizens' expense and community needs. Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street. I think it is extremely unprofessional for Benny's to approach the city with an informal verbal request to have their rent waived for 2 months without providing any documentation. It shows the familiarity and pull they have with the commissioners they helped get elected by contributing to a PAC. Mr. Brown relayed the request to the commission over Zoom and clearly stated at the time that the upgrades were the tenant's responsibility, not the city's. However, a majority of the commission enthusiastically agreed to waive the rent as a courtesy. This is bad business. Only after insistence from Dr. McVoy and without the support of his colleagues did Mr. Lipton attempt to provide some justification through a letter added to the backup 4 days before the meeting. The letter is insufficient. It vaguely references structural upgrades without specifying what they are. If structural issues exist, they should have been reported to you immediately as a landlord, along with detailed documentation. Please demand a copy of that assessment today. In his letter, Mr. Lipton references other cities that have granted similar rent abatements, and in many of those cases, the context makes sense. However, I don't see how a tenant can equate replacing air conditioning units and a kitchen hood with a structural improvements to load-bearing walls, a seawall, or foundational systems. It's also misleading to compare an oceanfront property to buildings located in depressed areas where the city or CRA is actively trying to attract developers and bring in new investment. It is clear this body needs a well-thought-out policy on how to handle these requests. Deny or postpone this request, adopt a policy, and then bring it back for consideration. Otherwise, it just looks like you are doing a political favor for a wealthy business owner. Donna Kerner, 1012 North J Street. I'm opposed to waiving rent during September and October 2025 while Mr. Lipton is having new AC installed at Benny's. This amounts to a $50,000 gift. Mr. Lipton is a very wealthy business owner, and getting new AC is the cost of doing business. He should not be getting special treatment. Ryan Miller, 71 17th Avenue South. The tenant, Benny's, is paying to drastically improve a building they do not own. Benny's is asking for rent abatement, which is extremely common in this situation. A lot of the time, the landlord, in this case the city, would help with funds for improvements as well. I'm not sure why Lake Worth citizens would be upset about this. My last landlord in Delray actually threw in money when I wanted to upgrade the warehouse I was renting from them. I now have my business in Lake Worth and would hope I would get the same treatment. Lawrence Casenti, 222 North Federal Highway, Apartment 2. As a resident and community member, I want to express my support for granting Benny's on the Beach a temporary rent credit during their renovation period. From what I understand, they are investing over $400,000 into their space, $300,000 of which directly improves the city-owned building. These are not just cosmetic upgrades, but structural and system improvements that will benefit the city in the long run. As a landlord, it makes sense to recognize and support tenants who are willing to make those kinds of capital investments. Allowing a short-term rent waiver during construction is a fair and forward-thinking decision. It keeps a valued local business operating at a high standard while protecting and enhancing a city asset. I hope the commission will approve this request. Panaggiotti Solkis, 822 North C Street. This amendment to retail lease with Benny's on the beach is disgusting. Don't have to follow the money too far on this one. Lee Lipton donated $5,000 to a PAC that backed 2 of the commissioners here, and now he's calling his favor in. There's no integrity in that. Approving this request is the wrong decision. You think you're doing Lipton a favor, but the city commission decision will backfire and spark a boycott against Benny's. Diane Brown, 905 North Lakeside Drive. This is a giveaway of $57,000 the city could use elsewhere. There is no precedent for this. The current lease has Benny's paying for improvements. Will you be giving money away to the other tenants when they make improvements? Please vote no. We as a city cannot afford to give $57,000 away so easily to millionaires. Rachel McDermott, 316 Princeton Drive. I do not support this rent abatement. Benny's will be closed for improvements that they themselves are initiating. And as the city manager has stated, those upgrades aren't the city's responsibility. Most of the commission wants to let the owner skip rent while closed as a courtesy, but now the owner is claiming the city should cover it. I absolutely believe the city should be a fair landlord and work with tenants when it's justified. But right now, there's no clear process or set criteria for these kinds of requests. The commission really needs to hold off on this decision until there's a proper policy in place and until the owner can provide solid documentation to support a rent abatement. Sylvia Van, North B Street. I'm against the rent abatement. Any commissioner who has received political campaign money from Benny's or support from the PAC needs to recuse from voting on this. Benny's has financially supported a specific PAC and city commissioners to strengthen the votes in Mr. Lipton's favor. Irene Katz, 418 North Federal Highway, apartment 28. I do not support this rent abatement. The city manager has said it is not our responsibility to give Benny's several free months while he fancies up his business. The city's responsibility in the situation is to collect the rent for the citizens. It is our money, not the commissioners, to do as they please, collect or not collect. Another giveaway from the commissioners to their favored businesses. Kara Jennings, 822 North C Street. Please vote no on this item. This will cost us $56,000 in expected revenue, and at a time of state and federal cuts, we cannot afford to lose these funds. $56,000 is the cost of a lifeguard. $56,000 is the cost for an additional recreation staff to run a soccer program we desperately need. $56,000 is the cost to add a staff member to the library to increase the hours. $56,000 is the cost to pay deputies overtime to close Lake Avenue and bring back Evening on the Avenue. I am sure a successful business owner like Lee Lipton factors in paying his rent as part of the cost for building improvements that are his responsibility under his lease agreement. You already gave him an incredible deal on this property. At a minimum, he should pay his rent. Please stop telling your constituents there are not funds for the services we need when you are willing to cut deals like this with millionaire business owners. Anthony Voltaggio, 10 South Ocean Boulevard. I'm the owner of Mamma Mia's on the Beach, located in the same building as Benny's on the Beach Ocean Walk. I'm writing in support of Benny's during this temporary closure. In light of the long-term improvements being made, I believe a rent abatement is reasonable. Helping Benny's will ultimately help Mamma Mia's and the whole beach. Thank you for your consideration. Michael Cuervis, 600 South Dixie Highway, apartment 131. It is my understanding that Benny's had a nearly $500,000 expense to deal with structural issues, as well as repair an undersized AC unit system. Any landlord, the city, in this situation would and should factor these required and necessary improvements and offer rent abatement to this tenant, Benny's. It is only fair that if the tenant is footing the bill for unexpected improvements in order to continue business operations, that these expenses be deducted from their future rent. Olga Tomasello, 218 South Federal Highway, apartment 4. I oppose the city offering a rent waiver to Benny's. The city should not waive rent for a profitable, high-traffic oceanfront business. Public subsidies should only be provided in cases where there is a clear public benefit. With the housing and affordability crisis in Lake Worth Beach, the city should be doing everything it can to prioritize sustainable funding for essential services for those in need. And the last comment is from Jill Carlin. We already are giving Benny's the sweetest deal in South Florida by allowing Lee to rent that space for half to 3/4 market value. And now he wants to renegotiate the lease to get some more perks. We need a tenant who will pay fair share market value for the most prime piece of real estate in South Florida. No perks to the millionaire, please. I'm enjoyed many times in your establishment. Pay your fair share, please. That's the last comment on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to lead off with this one.
Madam Mayor, if you would,
Sure, please.
just because it came up, just so we can clear the air.
Sure.
The city's code does require that if sitting commissioners received an election campaign contribution more than $100 from an individual or entity who has a matter before the commission, that has to be disclosed. So if you all have such a disclosure to make.
Mr. Segridge? Ms. May? Mr. McVoy?
I received.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Madam Mayor. Can we please speak into the mics and not shake our heads? Thank you.
Oh, yeah, there's that. Okay.
No.
No. Mr. McVoy?
I received $100,000 from Mr. Lipton, so
Is that a no, Mr. McBoy?
I have a problem with people receiving support from PACs. That's a clever way to disguise how money comes into the city.
Mr. McBoy, did you receive any?
I did not receive anything from Mr. Lipton.
Thank you. Ms. Malega? Ms. Malega?
I have not received any direct funds from Lee Lipton, his son, or Benny's.
Neither have I, direct or indirect, as far as I know. So I'm going to, so thank you for pointing that. I appreciate that. I have represented many landlords in my career, and it is a common practice to give rent relief for times like that. I've had a client give 6 months to somebody to fix something up. The difference with that is they're private clients and it's a private business. It's not a public business. I'm one of the people that was criticized for giving Benny such a sweet deal, but I did ask the clerk to read the lease, and the lease does clearly state that that sort of expense is on the tenant, not on the city. I don't know if we should come up with some sort of compromise in terms of the time, but my inclination, and with all respect to Benny's and the Liptons, as hardworking as they are, I do feel that it is, we have to look at our public funds and what can we do to improve our public funds. So I hope I'll be welcome back at Benny's, but I really can't support this the way it's being asked. Ms. Malega, and then Mr. McBoy, and then Mr. Zeig.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple of things. Some people here do know that I do own businesses. I have commercial leases. This lease that we're talking about is not the pier. This is a lease that Benny stepped in and took over Mulligan's, who failed during COVID. And when they took over this lease, they didn't ask the city to put a penny into the building. So during COVID, that building could have sat empty, and we could have had to put hundreds of thousands of dollars into it, plus paid a real estate agent to go out and negotiate for us, but we didn't have to. So I want the public to understand that this isn't something that was negotiated from the start where they got a fresh lease. They came in and they helped the failing business take over their responsibility. And I loved Mulligan, so I was sad to see him. I keep hearing the word abatement, and as somebody who, full disclosure, went through an abatement a year ago at my new building. And that's because my landlord didn't do his due diligence when he bought the building, and he under negotiated my CAM and then tried to give me a $57,000 bill in June for my Lantana building. I didn't have $57,000. So we negotiated an abatement. A true abatement is not what's in this language. An abatement states verbatim that landlord will hold the remaining $57,000 of the past due balance in abeyance, the abeyance of funds. Tenant will not be responsible for paying the landlord the abeyance of funds unless the tenant at any time is in default of its lease and does not cure said default within the cure period stated in a written notice from landlord. Should tenant fail to cure said default, then the full amount of the abeyance fund shall become immediately due and payable from the tenant to the landlord. That's what I would like to see here, because I do want to help out. They're one of our largest employers. They are improving our building. And if this is just a way of saying, let's be a good partner, they're doing this right out of summer. And summer is, I've been to this location and it's hot because they don't have air conditioning, which I feel bad for staff. Staff is working their tails off in this building without AC. So I personally I'm going to support this, but I would like the language to be changed to an abeyance agreement, add it to the lease, not a forgiveness of rent, because at the end of the day, this is taxpayers' money and it is the public's space. So to me, as long as there's an agreement that you will continue to move forward, do the improvements. If there's a default, then we collect on it, because again, it is the land of the people. But to me, that's the right language. It should be in here. It should not be a waiver of rent, because at the end of the day, if a year from now, after they dump $500,000 into the building, they decide to leave, well, then we still have to deal with the lease. So I don't know how my colleagues, Mayor, I heard what you just said. Obviously, you are the lawyer on the dais. I think that would be a good way to protect the public.
and to be a good partner with Benny's and see if we can find commonality.
Could you just explain like that, ask them to put the money into a,
It's called the abeyance. So basically it's written into the lease. Elizabeth's looking at me. It's written, the language is written into the lease to say that we as landlords have basically put this $57,000 on pause. But if they default on the lease, that $57,000 is reactivated and they owe us that as well. Because abatement is usually done when a lease is first signed and you don't pay rent for a period of time while you're doing build out.
well, I've had,
Or the landlord does the build out and you pay the rent. This is going kind of backwards because they're already in the building. They took over an existing lease. So to me, it just makes sense to write the language in there to protect the city. I don't know if Elizabeth has insight.
thank you. Do you have any, would you like to add something, Madam Attorney?
Nothing to add. It is an option if you want to pursue that.
Right, thank you. Mr. McBoy?
Thank you. I don't know if there's anybody available from finance, but perhaps my colleagues can correct me if they recall differently, but I recall very clearly during our recent budget meetings asking, how was the beach fund doing? Because I looked at it and it seemed to be in the hole. It seemed to be something that we were patching that hole from funds from other part of the general fund. I asked, what was the situation the year before? And I was told it was also in the hole at that point. I hear a lot from my colleagues about how we should run the city as a business. Boynton Beach has a policy. If you're going to, it has a policy and it applies it equally and evenly to all of the people who are renting, not just someone who has a long history of donating about $25,000, I added it up, to campaigns. They may not go directly to the candidates, but that is easily worked out how that worked out. So for me, we're looking at a pay-to-play type situation. And I don't think that's good business policy. We're looking at a fund that is short funds. We've been told that the normal procedure in other cities is you have to write down what's going to be done. You send in your receipts and then you get paid for it. And there's a policy in place. We don't have a policy in place. We do have campaign donations that are documentable. I don't quite see how anybody would vote in favor of this.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Yep.
Madam Attorney, we've established that there is no issue with the campaign donations. Is there a reason why it needs to continue to be brought up, this false accusation?
No reason.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich?
Thank you. I would like to echo Commissioner Malega's keenly pointing out that we are talking about the lease that was assumed for Mulligan's, not about Benny's on the Beach. These are two distinct businesses. There are a large number of renovations going on. And, you know, you got to ask yourself, who's going to go to a restaurant in 95-degree heat on the beach, sweat their butts off, and have a good time? Nobody. The air conditioning situation in Ocean Walk is not good. And that's making people not want to go there right now. I've talked to a lot of people, and a lot of them said, yeah. Is it fixed yet? I actually tried to have a meeting there, and they wouldn't go because the AC wasn't fixed yet. How many cars and how much parking revenue do you think Ocean Walk and Benny's on the Beach drive to our beach? These are anchor properties. And as you heard from one of the other tenants, they benefit all businesses on the beach. And we need to respect that. I heard a lot of comments about how they were wealthy, successful. Well, my God, I wish every business owner in Lake Worth Beach was as successful as Benny's. I wish we had 10 Benny's in our city. I wish the same on Oceano, on Paradiso, on the Brick Oven Pizza, on Paws on the Ave. I wish them all well. I wish them all to become millionaires. And shame on people. Just because someone's successful doesn't mean that their business does not deserve to be treated fairly. The lease we're talking about is an 18-year lease. It's a 10-year lease with an 8-year option. I know my friends like numbers, so here are some numbers. The value of that lease to the city is $6.156 million. Their ask, 0.9%. I do respect my colleague in keenly pointing out that maybe the city needs to protect that 0.9% interest. And there's a common remedy for that. It's common practice in commercial real estate. When you give an abatement, you extend the lease. Since it's 18 years with the option in the 10-year, we could extend their lease by 2 months. In the event of a major default, the city's financial position would be maintained. We would still get our full remainder of our 18 years. It's a much cleaner format. So if it's acceptable, I would like to propose that as a compromise versus having some money held back and having a lot of legalese. If we merely extend the lease term by 2 months, it effectively does the same financially, and it's a very common practice in commercial real estate. Talking about what's going on at the property. Benny's Ocean Walk and Benny's on the Beach employ well over 60 full-time employees. They're not closing their doors for fun. The amount of revenue that they are losing during that time is staggering when you compare it to what they're asking for in rent abatement. I heard there's been, no list and no explanation about what's going on over there. Any one of us could have went over there and they toured us through and went through all of the things that are going on. They're replacing 2 8-ton HVAC systems, all of the ductwork's being reducting and resized because it was done wrong when that casino complex was originally constructed. I sat in a meeting today where someone was trying to tell me that, we got to spend a couple $100,000 to figure out what's wrong with that building. And we're probably going to have to do it. We're going to have an architectural firm come in and say, what's wrong with that building for the other unoccupied spaces? Well, thank you to Benny's for fixing what's wrong with that building to their space so that we don't have to. They're going to be in the other building constructing a catwalk system so that they don't have to close that business and close one of the core anchors of our beach. Without Benny's on the Beach, that parking lot's not going to be as full as you think it will be. Benny's on the Beach is packed from the time it opens in the morning to the time it closes in the evening. And God bless them that they're there for us, because that brings in a lot of dollars to our city and a lot of money in parking revenue. So they're taking on that extra expense to make sure that those doors are open so they can do their roof work, they can do their structural work and not have to close the other restaurant, the other anchor to our beach. There's a problem with the hood and the exhaust system. The exhaust system for the hood blows back into the restaurant. Again, that was on us for how we designed that original building, not on them. So, this is something very standard in commercial real estate. When you have a problem as a landlord tenant and your tenant is willing to invest, originally it was about $250,000, and they asked for a little help, you help them out. When it's 0.9% of your lease, you help them out. And then when the price increases to $500,000, you help them out. They didn't come back and say, we need extra, we need TI, tenant improvement funds. So, I understand that the lease, the way it is written, restricts them. Well, they took over a crappy lease. I read it. It's a crappy lease. And they were willing to take it over. And there's probably other changes that should happen to this lease. But, I would like us all to consider, I'm looking at it as a business. I'm looking at it through the lens of a commercial real estate agent. I've ran real estate offices. I've negotiated leases like this, hundreds of them. And, I look at this and say, for 0.9% of the lease value to this city, we can have a no risk option, like Commissioner Malega keenly pointed out, by simply extending it by 2 months. And we have a tenant who's willing to invest $500,000 into their space. I think this is a win for the city. It's a win for our residents. It's a win for the employees of Benny's Ocean Walk and Benny's on the Beach. And it's a win for everyone that goes there. So, I would be in favor of granting this abatement with the change of extending their lease term by 2 months.
would you consider, because nothing's mentioned about this, having them submit to us, paid invoice? Sometimes it's, pay and then we show that you've done it and then
Sure, a certificate of completion. But I think the city's going to have to get that because they won't get their CO to go back in there until these repairs are fixed. Because they're changing the hood, they're changing the HVAC.
Right.
So the city, they won't be able to open their doors until
it's done.
This is complete.
But what I'm saying though is just basically asking them to submit to us the fact that they're actually doing this work and how much it's cost, just so that if we do
a successful completion of the project,
well,
and a list of what was done,
down, just to show everybody what has been had.
Well, and what people don't realize is that they're going to be paying permit fees and their inspection fees. I mean, they're not doing this at no revenue to the city. Keep that in mind, everybody. HC still, I mean, they're going to have electricity still going, and they got to pay their electric bill. They got to pay their, the water bill. They got to pay their garbage pickup, and the doors are closed. So, I mean, there is revenue still coming to the city, but in other aspects.
Will be less without them. I mean, it's going to be less, right? I'm torn about this.
So yes, I would be in favor of showing proof of project completion. And that's essentially what you're asking for, or the receipts, but.
Ms. May, do you have anything to say about this? Okay, Mr. Brown, I didn't see your light on, sorry.
I just want to be clear, if we're talking about proof of project completion, like we mentioned, obviously we have a whole permitting process and everything when we do stuff like this. So it's already going to have to go through the building department. And as Commissioner Segrich mentioned, there is a sign off and everything before they get opened back up again. So what exactly who would they be submitting it to, and what do we?
That does, I mean, that's.
Well, that's what I'm asking, because that's part of the actual process.
The value of the work is also submitted. When they do the permit applications, estimate of how much the work's going to be.
Correct, but I just want to make sure there's nothing that's going to be submitted to like the dais or to the elected officials, because it goes through. Yeah, I'm just making sure.
Right, so that we can just confirm that they've spent this money to do. Which you point out. And
yes, it's part of the process.
Right, it's part of the process.
Yep.
Call the question.
Yeah. That's okay. I know. I wish it's some kind of comments.
So wait a minute, are you going to amend your motion?
Yes.
Actually, it's Minnie and Sagres, so you both have to amend your motion.
To extend the lease 2 months.
So I will amend my motion to approve this resolution with the change that we extend the Benny's lease by 2 months.
And
Benny's Ocean Walk lease by 2 months.
Do you?
No, it's May.
The original motion was by Segrich and I seconded it,
Yes.
correct? Okay, so then I will second the change in the motion, the amended motion.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Nay. Mr. McVoy is a nay. And like I said, I have my reasons, what?
You were nay?
No, I was an aye. For a lot of the reasons that were pointed out. I mean, I stated my position about it, and I do listen to what other people say on the dais. I don't come in with a locked mind, and some valid points were brought out, and I hope that they agree to the 2-month extension, but I don't think that'll be a problem. Okay, thank you very much. Next up. Okay, now we are entering the world of quasi-judicial hearings. Ordinance number, this is public hearing C, quasi-judicial hearing, and this is where we have to disclose if we have any ex parte communications. Ordinance number 25-07, first reading. Please read by title.
This is ordinance 2025-07, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the city's official zoning map from the zoning district mixed use east MUE to downtown DT on the properties generally located between the west side of South K Street, east side of South M Street, and between the south side of Lake Avenue and the north side of First Avenue South. And it's more particularly described in Exhibit A, providing for severability, conflicts, and effectiveness.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry, Madam Mayor. Can
Yeah.
you read the title into the record, please? Number
Okay.
1. The title that is next to the highlighted yellow portion.
Okay, got it. Consideration of a privately initiated zoning map amendment requesting rezoning of 11 parcels from mixed use East MUE to downtown DT rezoning at 13-23 South M Street, 16-32 South L Street, 11 South L Street, and 30 South K Street. And we have already written it by title. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Do the commissioners have any ex parte communications, personal investigations, or campaign contributions to disclose? I'll begin with District 1.
Oh, yeah, but I did attend the HRPV board meeting.
Okay. Mr. McBoy?
Nope.
Okay. I have over the past year and a half, spoken from time to time with Renee about it, but I have no campaign contribution, and that's it. Ms. May?
No.
Okay. Mr. Zabridge?
No.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yep.
If I may.
Oh, there you go.
Because this is quasi judicial, and I know it's not in the script to work on that, but it is also important that all of you can put on the record that you are basing your decision on the materials presented at this quasi judicial hearing, and that you are not prejudiced in your decisions. You're an unbiased decision maker today.
Okay, thank you. District 1?
I'm an unbiased decision maker today.
2?
I am an unbiased decision maker.
Thank you. 3?
I am an unbiased decision maker.
4?
I am an unbiased decision maker.
I'm an unbiased decision maker, and I will base my decision on what is presented tonight. Thank you. Okay. All those giving testimony, please raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that in this proceeding you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say yes.
Yes. Thanks. Okay. Okay. City. Okay. As you the city clerk is going to say, as you testify, state your name and address for the record. If you represent a party, please also state who you represent. I am going to ask the Director of Community Sustainability to give the department presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. William Waters, Community Sustainability Director for the City of Lake Worth Beach. I have a super competent staff member who helped put together most of the information for tonight, and she did an excellent job before the HRPB, and I fully expect that she will do a superb job, if not better, tonight. And it's Amy Greening, our principal planner.
Thank you. And Amy, would you say your name also in your position?
Amy Greening, principal planner for the City of Lake Worth Beach. So we'll break up the presentation into the 3 different items. We have part 1 right now is the rezoning. That's more of a note. We did go to the HRPB on July 16th. They approved 4 COAs, and they did provide a unanimous recommendation of approval to you all for this rezoning. So, like we said in the title, we've got a proposed zoning map amendment for a rezoning of 11 parcels. These will be joined with 2 other parcels, 501 and 509 Lake Avenue, to create a mixed-use urban plan development. Those 2 parcels on Lake Avenue already have this downtown zoning district designation. So this is looking to give a unified zoning district for the entire PD. So the parcels that will be rezoned tonight are either currently vacant, or excuse me, the parcels that are for first reading of rezoning tonight are currently vacant, surface parking lots, or housing city departments. So we've just got a quick map here showing the current zoning. You can see the MUE zoning is in that red color, and the proposed making it DT in that light pink. So again, plan developments, they function as an overlay on the underlying zoning district. So again, those other 2 parcels already have the DT zoning district. This would make them all have the same. They do all already share the same future land use designation, so no amendments to that are needed. So as provided in your staff report, staff does find that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan, strategic plan, and the rezoning criteria that are provided in our LDRs. Approval of the rezoning request would facilitate the property's redevelopment into a mixed-use site. And as I said, the HRPB did provide unanimous recommendation of approval at their meeting on July 16th. So that is the end of our part 1 presentation.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion and to keep going?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Public comment, Madam, Mr. Brown, do we have public comment on this one? Oh, right there. Thank you. And then we have public comment from the clerk as well. Mr. David Sims, followed by Wes Blackman, followed by Victoria Doyle, and we'll stop there and then keep going. Come on, good afternoon, Mr. Sims.
David Sims, 715 North L Street. Combining these parcels, some of these parcels were, a few of them were historic structures that were going to be moved, and you're talking about demolishing them. The original promise in the W-Moda presentation was that they would be moved, and it's kind of a bait and switch because you decided earlier that you were not going to spend money to move them, so now you're going to demolish them. So I don't think that's right, and I don't think you should conglomerate these properties for the downtown zoning. So I hope you would vote against this.
Thank you.
Mayor, before you proceed, did you want to hear from the applicant before you pursue with public comment? You can do it after. I just wanted to.
Well, let's let the public speak and then we'll have them come up. Okay, Mr. Blackman.
Hey, good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Wes Blackman, 241 Columbia Drive. I don't know if all of you are aware of this, but I used to live at 509 First Avenue South in a garage apartment just south of this location. And I lived there for about 3 years. And I loved the downtown location, how convenient it was. And I would have loved to have had this project there when I lived there about 20 years ago. It would buffer the noise from the downtown. That was an issue sometimes during weekends. It provides additional parking, which is tight in the area. And it just makes an overall nicer environment. From a planning perspective, which I'm a professional urban planner, vacant lots and surface parking is not the highest and best use for commercial land in a downtown. And that's what this is. So I'm very much in favor of the rezoning. I'm very much in favor of the project. I do have a card in for the other item, and I'm going to ask you to include my comments in this also with that item so that I can leave and go home.
No,
Mr.
Blackman.
It's been a long night already. So it does eliminate blight and activates the block with public art and a safe alley. Expands our tax base and creates construction and permanent jobs and brings new residents and, according to the backup, 50,000 annual visitors to support local businesses, which is all good. And the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and was unanimously recommended by the Historic Resource Preservation Board, and I attended that meeting. So I just encourage you to approve this ordinance and the next one to replace empty lots with culture, housing, and economic vitality for Lake Worth Beach. Thanks.
Have a pleasant drive home, Mr. Blackman.
Okay. Good evening.
Up next is Victoria Doyle, followed by Catherine Kohlmeyer, followed by Lisa Brown, who I will read.
Good evening, Victoria Doyle, 920 North Gulfview. I also am in support of the rezoning. Every project has pros and cons, and I find it hard to listen to the all or nothing aspect of this. The debate about this project. There's a certain doomsday vibe whereby if we allow this to go forward, our city is destroyed forever. And I'm saddened by that extremist approach. I recognize the compromises and I do respect the criticisms and I honor the pros and cons. But that said, I am a compromiser and I, like so many, believe our city deserves some economic uplift and vitality. And a museum and housing seem like a wonderful fit for our city. And the public giveaway is what makes it a private partner. public-private partnership, which again has pros and cons, but on balance, I think this is a good one. So I would ask that the debate try to be a little more reasoned and compromise oriented, unless everything's going to be destroyed. Our city will be over, and it's absolutely fabulously wonderful and the best thing that can happen. Obviously, there are a lot of parts, and on balance, I think this has great potential for our city, and I'm excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Colmeyer?
Catherine Colmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. I don't think there's any doubt that this will change the character of our city drastically, and it's not going to be something you can change back. That these buildings are going to be permanent, and they'll be there for a long time. I was at the Historic Resource Preservation Board meeting, and nobody there asked a single question about the historic nature of the city. The comprehensive plan and the different plans the CRA and city have put out all say that they want to preserve the historic nature of Lake Worth, the historic character. And Kathleen Kaufman made an argument that having a 5-story modern building with mid-century modern embellishments and different designs with the window meant that it was appropriate. Two of the key elements of Lake Worth's character are the 25-foot lots, which is how it was originally arose, free lots for people who bought somewhere out west, and alleyways. And this development will aggregate the lots into one large development and will abandon some of the alleyways. So right there, I think that there's an argument that it doesn't maintain the character of the downtown. I'll also remind you that we had a charrette where many of the residents, the majority of the residents came up. The report showed that we favored incremental infill development. And these lots were not empty or abandoned or derelict in 2018. The city demolished affordable housing on M Street and then allowed affordable housing on First Avenue South and L Street to deteriorate to the condition that a year later they said, oh, we can't save it. It's too bad. So as Commissioner Segrich said on July the 15th, too bad, so sad, never mind. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to read Lisa Brown. Lisa Brown, 623 North M Street. I moved to Lake Worth 5 years ago because I love this town, but I do not like nor do I agree with the commissioner's decision about W-Moda or paid parking. The community of Lake Worth Beach deserves to have a say through a public vote. You are ruining our community of Lake Worth Beach. Put people before profit. Matthew, you're up next. Matthew Van? He's still here. There he comes. I'm going to learn your name by the end of this night.
I hope so. That'd be good. Thank you.
My Dutch name.
Thank you. So my name is Matthew Van Voorthuizen, 302 North B Street. I used to go downtown a lot more often when the taco lady was still there and when the poutine dog was still there. And what I love about those businesses is they fit on 25-foot lots. And the city has 25-foot lots that it can offer to developers one at a time. And those individual developers would not be asking for $19 million from the city so that they could have a successful project. In fact, they would probably need far less than that, if anything, because they would be successful without subsidies. And I think that's what we need to do with W-Moda. Instead of giving it to one developer and hoping that it saves the city somehow, maybe what we should do is let individual developers do what they believe the people want. And they will actually listen to the people and do what the people want. And then they will be successful without any subsidies at all. and they will provide more tax revenue than what W-Moda could. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have comments?
I do, Madam Mayor. First, Mike and Nancy Walker, 2012 North Notre Dame Drive. We are in support of W-Moda. I also want to state that there are people that submitted pretty much the same comment for all the W-Moda items. I will only read the comments one time. So I'm not going to read the same comment 3 times. Jonathan Nicholas, 3 Auburn Drive. I'm in full support of the W-Moda project. Jennifer Hamill, 1831 North Palm Way. W-Moda would be an amazing addition to already artsy town. Let's encourage the arts. Let's bring more foot traffic to Lake Worth Beach. Our storefronts and restaurants struggle enough. This will strengthen our community and increase business. Nobody wants to see shops and restaurants closing every few months. Bring something to Lake Worth Beach that entices people to visit. With the Gulfstream reopening, this will be the next perfect addition. Cheryl Carroll, 208 South Lakeside Drive. This project will enhance and strengthen our creative community. Businesses have been struggling for too long. Local shops and restaurants and shops will thrive with the added foot traffic. This project will strengthen our tax base and provide new housing. This is just what our community needs. David Hamill, 1831 North Palm Way. As a community that embraces the arts, the addition of W-Moda would further that tradition. As with other projects like the Gulfstream Hotel, I believe we must continue to seek ways to bring investors and businesses to our city. It's unfortunate that we have so many vacant storefronts and businesses can't seem to succeed here. We need redevelopment and investment to grow and improve our city for all concerned. Robert Sutherland, 315 7th Avenue South, Apartment 1B. In regards to W-Moda project, I am very much in favor of it. Our downtown business district is struggling at a time when others are thriving. Look at how many storefronts are empty and go to Lake Avenue on a weekend and restaurants half empty. As my grandfather would say, even if you are on the right track, if you're not moving, you're going to get hit by the train. I think the train has hit already. I would say things have gone downhill in the 12 years that I have lived here. Clearly, what we have been doing isn't working. Here's a wonderful opportunity to bring something significant to downtown that is in keeping with what I thought Lake Worth Beach was trying to be known for, the arts. In addition, it brings workforce housing to downtown. W-Moda coupled with the Gulfstream restoration would be enough to get this train moving again. Elisa Sumner, 216 South K Street, Apartment 1. With the building of an apartment complex on First Avenue South, in part to aid the rich developer to offset his workforce housing requirements, you will be creating a concrete canyon on K Street between Lake Avenue and First Avenue. Not only will it be an eyesore for those who live nearby, it would also make that stretch of road much more dangerous. There have been ample studies on crime in those garages, and you are rezoning that whole area so that both sides of the street will be overdeveloped, caring only for the developers and those that live in College Park and need parking, whilst basically giving the finger to those who live in the less expensive and much more walkable area. In fact, you are destroying a neighborhood to accommodate the more wealthy. Shame on all of you. Donald Todorich, 245 Vanderbilt Drive. I've lived in our lovely city of Lake Worth Beach for 30 years. I've owned 2 houses in College Park for 26 years, and I've sold real estate in our area for over 22 years. And I feel that the groups of people that hold back development and block the future of our beautiful beachfront town are not seeing the big picture. You can have growth with control, and unless our downtown improves and museums, new hotels, and items of public interest and interest for tourists, which is our main attraction, can be developed, our city is never going to maintain its value like the rest of Palm Beach County. The real estate values in Lake Worth Beach are 30% lower than any other beachfront community in Palm Beach County, and it's because of our perceived resistance to development that are blocking many new projects being presented and the length of time it takes to develop in our town. The museum is a very positive thing for our city, and I can't believe anybody would be opposed to it, so my vote is yes. And the last comment I have on this item is Jill Carlin, 2381 Sunset Avenue, apartment 205. The zoning in Old Town would be best suited for a mixed-use residential business zoning that allows for small businesses to flourish and residents to be able to enjoy cottage life sustainably. Please adopt ecotecture guidelines in creating the type of sustainable development here in Lake Worth Beach. I will love to assist.
Thank you. Okay, so would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the interest of the dais' time, we would waive our presentation and just be available to answer questions. If that's okay with the dais.
All right, that's up to you. Absolutely. Thank you. I see Miss Malega.
Are we timed on these?
Yeah, this is 3, Madam Clerk. Let's keep it's 9:50.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Can I have a motion to extend to 11?
Motion to extend to 11.
Do I have a second?
Second by May.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Aye. All right, yes.
Not making that motion.
I'm not making that.
Madam Mayor, I believe
Miss
my
Malega.
light was on quite a while before.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we're all going to get a chance.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, please keep time.
I heard a lot in the comments that we need to support our businesses downtown. I 100% agree. I heard that we are an arts community and we should support anything that can put slide art into the name. I agree with the first part that we are an arts community. If we were serious about it, we long ago would have made it easier for artists, most of whom are small individual artists in our city, to be able to sell artwork, do their things where they are. We've put a big effort into trying to do that a long time ago and never really followed through. It is asserted that there would be 50,000 visitors a year. There is no backup or basis for that. The available information, if you call up to the existing place that's been in 2 different locations for quite a while now, same collection, they barely get any visitors and they don't add up to 50,000. I have quite a bit of involvement with the Norton Museum. I see what kind of outreach programs they do. I see their collection. I went and saw the collection of the W-Moda one. It is a unique collection. Yes, that's true. Is it an enhancement to our artistic community? Does it bring creativity into it? Will it bring droves of people and paves the roads with gold? I see no evidence produced to show that. The available evidence is that it wouldn't. I hear a lot of concern in the community that if this is such a good idea, why doesn't the developer fund it on its own rather than putting that on the back of our not very wealthy city? I think that does make sense. I've also participated in and saw the charrette that was organized by the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. And as some of the comments indicated, they gave a report and suggestions that went absolutely the opposite direction. So I have a question for staff. Is the area we're talking about part of our historic district?
Yes. It's part
Okay.
of one of our historic.
Is this going to increase the number of historic buildings in the area or decrease it?
The rezoning will have no direct impact on the number of historic buildings.
Okay, I understand that the rezoning won't, but what the rezoning opens it up, the overall project, will it increase or decrease?
One building will be demolished, so it will decrease.
Okay, so it decreases our historic district. Some of the other things already knocked down a couple other ones. It is very difficult for me. I was in this room when the PR person for this project indicated that The developer was very interested in historical things. The building that's proposed has nothing historical about it, doesn't relate to our community in any fashion, and it diminishes our historical district. I think the easy solution here is simply, very simply, that this is the kind of thing, since we've already heard through the charrette process of what the community would like, put this to a vote of the community.
Madam Mayor, that's 3
a good
minutes.
idea.
Thank you.
Put it
Mr.
to a
McVoy.
vote.
Thank you, Mr. McVoy. Ms. Malega?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam, pardon me. Before you move forward, I just want to make sure that we're clear that this is a quasi judicial hearing. And so we're at the point where you ask questions of staff or the applicant. This is not the part for deliberations yet. This is still requesting evidence.
Oh, okay. Madam Malega, do you have any evidence to request?
I just want to reiterate some things that are on here. Whenever I look at projects, I think about what is the long-term goal? What is the long-term return on our investment? And my opinion, the city of Lakewood Beach is not going to move forward unless we have destination locations. Things that are going to bring people to our city to support the restaurants, to support the shops, walkable. So my question, I'm getting there. Wait, I'm waiting for Miss Miller. In your backup, I see impact during construction period. 522 jobs will be created over 2 years during the construction. Is this an accurate statement?
If I may, before you answer that, I just want to make sure that we're also clear that this is just the rezoning.
Correct.
That's part of the, it's in here.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nope.
this is just the rezoning.
Nope, it's not. I'm sorry. It's in the next section. My pages are stuck together. It is, right? It's all mixed together.
It is a little mixed together.
So during the construction that this rezoning would allow for, there will be 522 approximate construction jobs for 2 years.
Correct.
And I could wait till the next part, but while you're up here, what is the number of jobs that this will create once the museum and the housing is built?
So the largest number of jobs that will be created are the direct and indirect construction jobs that you've seen in the short-term period as it's shown in the economic impact statement. After that, we anticipate that we will have 20 plus full-time employees that will be working at the museum moving forward.
Okay. And when your organization first came to Lake Worth Beach, you had a certain criteria of where you wanted to make this come to fruition.
Correct.
And Lake Worth Beach fit everything that you were looking for.
And then some, yes.
And what just
and then some, yes, correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Segridge.
Just a quick point of clarification. So this is our time to ask for evidentiary question and answer,
Yeah, that's correct.
and then we'll have discussion after.
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to verify a couple of things as part of the evidence. The Historic Resources Preservation Board passed this 5-0.
They provide a recommendation to you all 5-0.
Okay.
Or yeah.
Yep. I'm trying to keep it quick. Under the review criteria for the rezoning of land for our ordinances, it gives very specific criteria that we have to follow. Consistency, we have down here meets criteria. Land use pattern meets criteria.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just pulling out my own.
Sustainability meets criteria.
Yes.
Availability of public services infrastructure meets criteria.
Correct.
To shorten it, is there any criteria that we missed as part of our, does it fail any of the criteria?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff or the applicant? All right, so now we're going to enter into our comment section, 3 minutes each. Ms. Malega.
My only comment is I'm excited and I'm thankful that you chose Lake Worth Beach. I have heard from residents, from business owners, how excited they are to bring this to fruition. There are certain people in the city who wouldn't be happy with whatever we put there. And I understand that. And my job as an elected is to make the decision that's best for the city now, 10 years, 30 and 50 years from now. And I think that the W-Moda project is going to be something that I will be very proud of to say that I support it.
Thank you, Mr. McVoy.
Yes, I was not really going to comment, but I hear from a lot of people. I've heard from this dais at times that, oh, it's the only people who oppose this project are just people who would oppose any project in Lake Worth. They don't want development. They want the place cast in amber and nothing should be moved an inch. And I can tell you factually that that is not true. I hear, strikingly, I hear from a lot of people who I've never even met before, who are not the usual suspects, who might have some concern about the nature of the community and its flavor and what attracted them here in the first place. I hear from people, and I hear a good deal of very strong unhappiness about it. Part of it is that it is not particularly historic. Part of it is concern that the content of the museum itself is well overrated. Part of it is concern that there's really not been much backup information to support the claims that have been made for it. And part of it is, realistically, a lot of people are quite unhappy, would be fine with the project if it was done on land that was purchased by the developer with no subsidies from the city. They might be fine with it. They might not be keen about the particular location that's proposed. There's been suggestions to do it other parts, like move it more into the art district west of Dixie. But people are not, plenty of people are not happy about what's going forward. And that's why I think a healthy thing to do for the community would be to bring it to a public vote, find a way to do that. I understand this is a quasi-judicial hearing. It's quite clever to find ways to turn a project into a planned unit development and all these different things. But when you step back and ask, is there strong public support widespread in this community? I think if you're honest about that, the answer is no. And that there are substantial amounts of opposition to it from reasonable people who do care about the city, who do care about businesses downtown, who do care about art, and should not be brushed off as of no importance. So my comment would be, this whole project should be brought to a vote to see whether the community really wants to go forward. Interestingly, the other big project that looms in front of us as a P3 of development at the beach and development on the golf course, the person who is promoting that project says right up front,
isn't this a quasi-judicial?
Right up front is saying that they would want their project to be brought to a vote. I think that's pretty good idea.
Thank you. Ms. May?
Thank you. I appreciate you guys being here and sitting through the last 4 hours. I just have 2 questions. I know it's comment time, but I didn't ask any questions. William, Mr. Waters, could you tell us a little history about how the Norton was created?
I want to back up just for a minute, is that in the city's comprehensive plan that was in existence when I got here in 2010 and the zoning code, which wasn't changed significantly in 2012, facilitated a vision whereby this area would be rezoned to DT. And that's been on the books. I will be with the city 15 years in December.
Thank you.
As I'm tired like everybody else, but anyway, as for Norton, I was a preservation planner for the city of West Palm Beach in 92 to 94 and became intimately aware of the Ralph and Ann Norton Museum, which was set up as a gallery by a private couple who was an industrialist and an artist who lived on Barcelona Drive at Flagler Drive in El Cid. And they approached the city in the late 30s, early 40s with a rather superb collection of art representing a wide variety of masters. So the joke was they had all the worst examples of the masters, but they still had them. And they collaborated with the city to have the city donate to them a Pioneer Park, which was the Pioneer Cemetery. And that land was given, and the city provided some stipend to help that gallery get started. It was quite small. It wasn't overly well respected for quite a number of years. It's been in existence 80 years now, or a little over 80, and has expanded 3 times. In the 90s, when I was a preservation planner, there was a desire to expand that museum. And this is where the parallels get to be very interesting. We have the Wiener family. We have the Norton family. They both have collections. They both approach a city to do a private inspired museum. In the 90s, the Norton wanted to expand in the city of West Palm Beach, did eminent domain to take an entire street, including the original homesteads of a family of 2 houses. One ended up being moved to Delray, one ended up being moved to what's called Northwood Shores. And that property was given to the Norton to expand. Also of note, the cemetery, which was on Pioneer Park, was never moved. The descendants of the people who are buried there have right of access to visit their relatives underneath the stage of the auditorium. Over the intervening years, people have become more and more involved in the Norton Gallery. It has grown exponentially. One of the largest private donations ever in West Palm Beach from Ken Griffin, I think it was $20 million, helped fund the major renovation that was designed by Foster, which opened about 5 years ago, around when COVID. Their collection has also grown and represents lots of entities other than the Norton family. They have an outreach program. They have bought and restored 6 historic structures in the Mango Promenade Historic District, one of which is the home for the director and meeting facilities. Others are artists in residence. Institutions like this have to start somewhere. The Norton did not start out the way it is right now. It was itty bitty. It was kind of on the outskirts of downtown because in the 30s there was kind of a gap there, and so the parallels between the two are rather interesting. I was thinking about it over the weekend when I was out of town, and so we as a city have our opportunity to begin our baby infancy of our version of a Norton, which is W-Moda. And hopefully in 80 years, it will be a rival to the Norton Gallery. Now, granted, 80 years sounds like a long time, but in the scheme of things, it really isn't. And so I've heard a lot of assertions and statements made that it'll never be the Norton. Well, it won't be when it opens, but it has a very high likelihood of being very much like the Norton 80 years from now. Thank you.
I'm not done. Okay, thank you. And so for Ms. Miller, you're not planning on building over a cemetery?
No, Commissioner, we are
And you're
not.
not planning on building over our pioneers' homes?
We are not, no.
Okay. Mr. Waters, what is the purpose of the CRA?
The Community Redevelopment Agency is an entity that's dedicated to removing blight from a city, encouraging investment, building on the basis that's identified in the blight reduction plan, which was adopted, I think, about 24 years ago. I wish Joan were here to correct me, but it was envisioned. And where we have some disconnect, and this is more the city's fault than the CRA's, is that the CRA's redevelopment plan envisioned quite a bit of things happening downtown because it was pretty blighted. When the historic districts were designated, they kind of ignored the existence of that blighted plan because the continuity and context of the southern portion of the downtown district is rather weak. It's got surface parking lots. There are gaps in the historic properties that were there when we surveyed it, but were not there when it was designated. And because of its weakness in continuity, that was the area that was envisioned to be redeveloped to support the historic downtown, which is traditionally along Lake and Lucerne, and also provide a transition buffer between that and the historic neighborhoods that begin at First Avenue South and Second Avenue North. Having it being designated in the historic districts that were done almost a little over 20 years ago was a little bit of a stretch. But there were people that were concerned about leaving anything out of the historic district for that extra level of review. Hence, this whole project went through the Historic Resource Preservation Board. Yes, it's a new building. Yes, it's quite a bit larger than what has historically been there. But the context of our historic district is the community flavor and the collection and combinations of things that are there, the people who were there, the events that have happened there. This has been debated since I've been here long before I ever got here as well. Our downtown is struggling. It does not have a great residential base to support it. There is not an attraction downtown per se. We have the beach, but the beach is not downtown. And the whole time I've been here, we've been looking for something or some entity or some person or some business or something to help revitalize downtown to ensure that our historic, intrinsic, highly valued historic district, which is Lake and Lucerne, will survive in the long term. We've seen numerous businesses come and go. There was a whole flourish of business that were going to come in as part of the Hudson Holdings redo of Gulfstream. That didn't happen. Those businesses went. There are others that have opened in hopes of the Gulfstream being here. That's been delayed somewhat because of COVID and financing and the death of the owner and a whole variety of things. But at the end of the day, I think everybody, if they had to be asked, we find most precious the collection of historic structures on Lake and Lucerne, and we need to do what we can. That's an option to us to ensure their viability and sustainability over the long term. And having no significant investment except for the townhouses that are by the post office since my arrival here has really hamstrung downtown. This is a way to get 110 apartments with feet on the street, visitors that can help those businesses thrive, survive. People can invest more money in the businesses that are there, the buildings that are there, because many of them are not in great shape. And so based on the economic impact study that was done by W-Moda and what's been done with the CRA study, having such a large investment in one location, we're taking away one block from the historic district, but hopefully it's going to ensure the preservation and long-term sustainability of blocks of other buildings on Lake and Lucerne. Thank you.
Okay, and so thank you for that history. I like the Norton W-Moda kind of idea. You know, it also kind of counters where the W-Moda museums the museum that's current is a temporary museum. They're not doing outreach. They're not doing as many classes. They're not doing anything about making it the museum that you are going to be creating, right? It's like apples and oranges comparing those. That's what I'm envisioning. The other question I have, and I wish Joan was here because she would know this number. And if you guys don't, just tell me you don't know. But I'm looking at the amount of money that the CRA has donated, the amount of land that the CRA has donated to Habitat, Community Land Trust, and any other affordable housing development within the city of Lake Worth Beach. Could you compare the total amount that was donated to all of that versus this one parcel of land?
Are you referring in terms of acreage or value or both?
Both.
Okay, well, the amount of land that has been turned over to various entities to do affordable housing or attainable housing or workforce housing is considerably more acreage than what is considered here. The first large one that I was involved in when I first came in the city is down on 6th Avenue South, La Jolla. That entire piece of parcel of land was assembled and then was given to those entities to build affordable housing there with a preference for veterans. The CRA helped put together the land where Deco Green is, but that was purchased by Deco Green and there was no TIF given. I think there was some assistance given to the mid and there was a TIF differential being paid there. The CRA stepped in and helped Publix get here. There was a comment made earlier that there was no incentive provided for Lucerne. There actually was a TIF and it was a monumental payback.
Can you explain what a TIF is?
It's tax increment financing. And what it means is when a project's finished, the entities that own it pay the property taxes and then they get a check back from the CRA. So for years, Jones' little office was giving checks back to each individual owner of the condos at Lucerne and ended maybe right before COVID hit. Okay. I think it was a 10-year TIF. Okay. And that building was finished 2007 or 8. And so in terms of the land area, it's considerably more than what is being conjectured to be given to W-Moda for the museum. In terms of land value, since much of it was bought a long time ago, it was bought through foreclosures. I don't have a number of comparing those two, but I would think that just based on the number of properties that are involved, it has to be close, if not more, in land value for affordable housing compared to the land value of what's being proposed for W-Moda.
I have answers for you.
Okay, go ahead. Well, yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, I would love to know the answer.
Well, from the CRA did a presentation at the last meeting. Since 2011, 788 units have been developed in the district. 483 units are deed restricted as affordable and 45 are workforce. There are 673 units pending, of which 336 units will be deemed affordable and 86 will be workforce units.
So basically over 1,200?
Correct.
So of affordable housing, and we're
Affordable
talking
and workforce.
affordable and workforce housing, we're talking about 110 market rate apartments.
Let's please not leave out that we have pending that's not in the CRA, another almost 500 deed restricted units. Maybe it's more than that after the project we talked about today. Lake Worth Beach has more affordable workforce housing being built than anywhere.
Okay, so we could say that we are a city that does support workforce housing. We can support affordable housing, and somebody wants to do 110 market rate apartments near our downtown, which means people that make about $180,000 to $100,000 a year. Not me. I couldn't afford to live there, but some people can, which means they probably have expendable income, which means they're probably going to go downtown, which means they probably are going to go to dinner. They might go to a show. They might spend some money. So the people that are complaining that our downtown is dismal and the things are closing and it's only hookah shops. Yeah, because that's the only people that are going down there right now. But the demand is going to increase for higher end, I would believe, higher end services, as well as restaurants, as well as boutiques. Like there's a new boutique going downtown. So I think that, we're kind of losing. This is one project compared to how many was it? Almost 2,000 projects or units. So we've got 10 versus 2,000. Think we're going a little bit crazy about the doomsday end of the world. So I do appreciate that history, and I think that this aligns with our goals. It aligns with our path. It aligns with the purpose of the CRA. And there's been a lot of lying about the numbers. This $19 million is ridiculous. And I don't think our finance director's here.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe we really have,
That's okay. I've got time on the next one.
Mr. Segrin.
I'll try to be quick. For the new up here, this is a quasi judicial hearing, correct? And that means that our decision up here has to be based on the evidence presented.
That's correct. The standard is substantial, competent evidence.
Okay.
Very low standard.
And so it shouldn't be based on meetings we had before this or public charrettes that aren't part of this or the opinion of people who are unhappy.
If you had discussions or investigations or personal experiences outside of this hearing that are influencing your decision, you should disclose them under the ex parte disclosure.
Okay. So if I would take my 3 minutes or 6 minutes total and give reasons explaining why I was influenced by these outside things, that would be a bad thing, right? I shouldn't be doing that. I guess, I guess what I'm pointing out is, I heard 6 minutes of non-questions talking about the number of visitors to the W-Moda, which does not appear in here, about the quality of the collection of the W-Moda, which doesn't appear in here, about some unhappy constituents, which don't appear in here, about a charrette from the Treasure Coast Council, which doesn't appear in here. And I would just really like to encourage my colleagues to follow the nature of this. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. And the preponderance of evidence that has been presented to us says that everything is in compliance. Everything is in order with our plans, our comprehensive plan, and that this meets every single criteria that our code sets forth for approving this. Whether we love the project, hate the project, that should not have any bearing. That's called bias. And I would really hope that my colleagues can see past that and take an objective view on this one aspect. And I would be ready to vote now. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted my 2 minutes. And I just have to, I'll be quick. Okay. I live at South L Street, 2nd Avenue South and South L Street. I'm going to be directly affected by this for a very long time. And that's nobody likes change. Nobody likes anything different. So you just have to adapt a little bit. So that's personally, it's going to affect me. I don't care if there's 50,000 visitors. I had the opportunity a few weeks ago in St. Petersburg. There's a museum called the Imagination Museum, and Deborah Providence said, go see it. I went on a Sunday afternoon. It is a glass museum. It's about 30,000 square feet. It was a Saturday afternoon. It was well attended. Children in strollers were walking around. Little kids were walking. Everybody said, oh, it's glass. And I talked to the people there. It was very active. They have a lot of programs. It was it's kind of like what we're hearing W-Moda expects to be. So I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, someone, they are a nonprofit. Okay. However, they're going to pay their ad valorem taxes. Correct? Am I just?
That's correct. It will remain in private ownership, the underlying land. Therefore, the entire parcel will be a tax-paying parcel.
Okay, thank you. Ben Zeiton Center, we already have a well-established center of glass art in the city. This can be, it adds to it. There's a synergy between them. Someone said, oh, Chihuly, he's a has-been. No, it's not. People talk about we want small development downtown. Well, no one came to us with an idea for a small mixed use. How many empty storefronts do we have to have in the city? We don't need any more. This is the kind of thing that brings culture to the city. We are an arts center. Let's see. The names Murakami, Guggenheim, Whitney, Frick, Getty. And just to name the top ones that I can think of, there's lots of other in the country. Those were started by people with a collection. That's how museums get started. So this whole thing about we hate rich people and we shouldn't give them any money. You know what? And that's, I'm paraphrasing, and I apologize if it's incorrect, but it's 10:30. Yeah, it is a man's collection that he's worked all the time. And the fact that people aren't going to this temporary museum, it's exactly right, Ms. Beck. It's not what it's going to be when it gets here. The idea of what art is worthy or interesting is completely subjective. And, if I don't like this, Fauvist art, but you do, or impressionistic art, but you do, that's what makes conversations. That's what makes things interesting. I'm almost done. Ben Zeiton Center, ad valorem, subjective, small businesses, St. Petersburg, the Frick, and I live in the area, and this, I believe, will be a gift to our city. You can sit and be critical and say, you can make up numbers about how much we're subsidizing this for, but we're an art city, and here's a museum. I mean, that whole area sat empty with nobody coming forward. They were the people that came forward and said, we have an idea, and we're willing to back it, and we're willing to actually do it. Instead of, I hope that somebody comes by and gives us little quaint for free and some more little quaint. It would be lovely if someone came in and said, this is this quaint little retail office apartments. That's ideally what we had always looked for, but that did not come. This is what came.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
And I said I was going to do 2. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay, Mr. McBoy's nay. Okay, next.
Madam Mayor,
yeah.
for time,
I'm very concerned because we have a lady.
I understand that, and I want to remind ourselves that we made a rule that we will not take up any more business. Whatever we're talking about at 11, that's our hard stop.
Right.
So I was just going to ask these patient people if we could move the resolution, new business A, and try to get that done before we get to the next part of the quasi judicial. Is that possible?
Well, there's actually 2. There's the resolution regarding the South L Street and South M Street alley, and then the public hearing setting a public hearing for the 13th Avenue South. We have someone who's been sitting here very patiently waiting, and that is only to set a public hearing or not the merits, not the pros and cons. It's just, are we going to give them the due process to allow them to come and speak about what they've asked for?
But I was just saying, I brought this up at the time.
Oh, I know. That's so go ahead. I'm looking for suggestion.
I mean, we've talked a lot from C that we would have said for D too.
Exactly.
So why don't we just do D? And
okay, let's just do.
Can we time certain it? 10 minutes, 12 minutes?
Not even. We've already talked about it. We just
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So no, I know we're all very good. You know,
Oh, yes. I'm sure
we
there's.
do a lot of talking. Okay.
Is there public comment during quasi judicial?
Madam Mayor, the public comment cards would push us past 11.
I know.
Oh, okay.
So I would move that we move the new business G and then A and then get to the quasi judicial.
Yeah, because we can go after 11 as long as we started.
You have to start by
Correct.
10:45.
Yes.
10:45. Okay, now I understand
So
what you're trying to say.
my motion is to do G, A of new business, followed by D of public hearing.
Yeah,
Consensus to do that?
I'm up for that.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to start with G.
Mhm.
Okay. Resolution 21-2025, setting a public hearing to consider the intent to abandon an approximately 40-foot wide right-of-way located between 1302 South Lakeside and 1230 South Lakeside Drive. It's ups. Public comments. I mean, we got to get our work done. It's just really hard sometimes, but there's a lot of things on the agenda.
The
with a lot
public
of-
gets to talk.
Yeah, no, I know, but it's just, we're gonna not do everything. Okay, so this is setting a public hearing just to let the people explain why they want this and let us consider on the merits. So I'm looking for a motion to set a hearing.
Motion to set the hearing.
Do I have a second? I'm gonna pass the gavel. The Vice Mayor. See. I will second that as well. I believe that these people deserve the opportunity to speak. And I think they are well aware of the public sentiment on this, but I believe that they deserve. So would the applicant's representative like to come up? Yes,
Thank you all very much. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. My name is Alicia Lewis, and I represent the two property owners at 1230 Lakeside and at 1302, Lakeside Drive. I want to first clarify and bring some clarity to the confusion that I've seen on social media from residents. And I do genuinely appreciate how passionate the residents are about what happens in this community. However, there has been some confusion about how we even got here, right? How did we get this request before you today? So initially, my clients came to me about 1.5 years ago, expressing their frustration with what was going on in the public access right-of-way in between 1230 and 1302 Lakeside. Now, there are multiple public right-of-ways and access points to the beach throughout the city, I'm sure you're aware of. Now, the majority of them, I would say at least 13 of them that I can say just right now on 8th, on 13th, on 10th, on 6th, where this commission has approved right-of-way abandonments for the exact same reason that my clients are asking for one this evening. Now, however, we are not just asking for you to give us beachfront property. We're asking for a solution. And the only way for us to come to the commission through our conversations with your legal counsel and with staff is to request a right-of-way abandonment. You have a very detailed section in your code. And I did have a PowerPoint, but again, it's late. So I don't want to do that to you or myself or any of these people. You seem great. I don't want to do that to you. So I'll keep it very direct and brief. But I would ask to direct you to section 22-72, of your code of ordinances. It specifically defines what a public nuisance is. And it states that any place or premises within the city, meaning any, whether it's owned by the city is a custodian of that property, whatever. If it's owned by a resident, private property owner, this applies to any property within the city. So it goes on to explain that on 2 or more occasions within a 6-month period, if any of these things occur, then it meets the definition and requirements of being a public nuisance and then has to follow the rest of the code as to how that nuisance is abated. So on 2 or more occasions, if prostitution is seen to occur within a 6-month period on the property, that qualifies as a public nuisance, not only under your code, but also under the Florida statutes. Second, if on more than 2 occasions within that same 6-month period, the unlawful sale, delivery, manufacture, or cultivation of any controlled substances, all of these things have occurred on the property. On May 10th of 2024, I submitted a formal application that I've dispersed to some of the commissioners. Some of the newer commissioners may not have seen it, but the clerk has it and will make it readily available for the public and the full commission. But in that submission, I not only outline how this is a public nuisance and it needs to be addressed per the code, but that also the abandonment is just our pie in the sky request for some solution to this problem. So today, rather than, we're only requesting to get placed on a formal agenda to have a full hearing, public hearing to discuss this in more depth. But in all honesty, we're just looking for a permanent solution, whether that's conversations with you all, with staff, whomever we need to speak to. We just are looking for, instead of for the past, 6 weeks or 2 months, the grass being cut and, people coming to try to maintain the area, we need a permanent solution. There have been over 90 calls between both of the residents within the past year and a half, and those are documented. So we are not looking to just be given beachfront property. We're looking for a permanent solution to a chronic public nuisance.
Okay, and tonight is only whether we set a public hearing. So
Yes.
that your clients can say, this is why we're asking, and explain the situation. And hopefully between us and staff, we can come up with something.
Yes.
And I think I've asked for some more information from the police about what's going on there. And I believe it's gotten quite a bit better, actually. So
Exactly.
all they're asking for, whether you agree with them or don't agree with them, all any of us want is an opportunity to be heard, due process. And this is a due process issue. And, so I believe that they are the courtesy of due process, because we do have a procedure. That's all I'm saying. So
Call the question.
we have a lot of public comments. It's 10:30.
Madam Mayor, may I add one thing?
Well, really,
If there are any conditions that you could add to whether or not you want to place this on a public hearing, we understand there has been a lot of public comment regarding this request. Again, this is just our attempt to get before you to create a permanent solution. So if you'd like to direct staff to work with us in the interim, to work on a solution that we could come back with at the public hearing that could maybe address all of these issues, we're open to that as well.
my suggestion is set a public hearing. In the meantime, try to come up with a solution.
Exactly. And we will voluntarily have a community Zoom call to maybe get some input from the residents as a solution.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second to just allow them to have come and state their case and have an opportunity to address the commission. So I'm sorry, public, but there's people mostly against it. But again, tonight's not that, it's just about setting a hearing. So I have a motion and a second to just set a public hearing to allow them to come. I'm going to ask the question. I'm all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed
I would be opposed.
to having them have a hearing?
It sounds like a wonderful thing, but what we're not saying is that if you have a difficulty with law enforcement, a need for law enforcement in an area, we deal with that with our most expensive contract, not by giving away the land. Are we going to do that?
Mr. McVoy, we're only talking about setting a hearing, not the pros and cons. Nay, okay. So are you nay?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. It passes 4-1, and we'll be in touch with you about it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your patience as well. Okay, we have another one, which is resolution 42-2025, setting up. And I have read every public comment on the internet, whether that's posted, so I'm sure we all have. I assume we all have. Okay, setting a 42-2025, setting a public hearing to consider partial abandonment of an approximately 15-foot wide alley right-of-way located south of Lake Avenue between South L Street and South M Street, and to consider partial abandonment of an approximately 10-foot wide alley right-of-way located east of South L Street between Lake Avenue and First Avenue South. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
By Mr. Segrich. Again, there's been a lot of public comment, and it's now 10:33. And if we want to get this done, we can all, what? Yeah, okay. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we can go back to public hearings D. What's this? No, we're not here. Sorry.
All right, now we got D.
Quasi judicial hearing, ordinance number 2025-06. Wait, hold on. I gotta get my quasi judicial script here.
Yes, please read the title on the script, Madam Mayor.
The title of the case should be, consideration of a mixed-use urban plan development major site plan development of significant impact, conditional use permits, sustainable bonus incentive program, transfer of development rights, and affordable workforce housing program for the project commonly referred to as W-Moda. Please read by title.
Says ordinance number 2025-06, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning map by approving the creation of a mixed-use urban plan development district located at 501 to 509 Lake Avenue, 13 to 23 South M Street, 16 to 32 South L Street, 11 South L Street, and 30 South K Street, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, located within the downtown DT zoning district, with the future land use designation of downtown mixed use DMU, subject to specific development standards set forth in Exhibit B and conditions of approval set forth in Exhibit C, approving a major site plan, approving a development of significant impact, approving 2 conditional use permits, approving approving height, density, and intensity bonus incentives through the city's sustainable bonus incentive program, transfer of development rights program, and affordable workforce housing program, approving a right-of-way abandonment, and providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you very much. Okay, now next up is, has anyone had ex parte communications or personal investigations? District 1? She left. It's late. Mr. McVoy?
No.
Miss May?
No.
Mr. Segridge?
No.
Again, I have just had some conversations with Miss Miller over the past year and a half that they've been working on this project. Miss Malega, welcome back. Have you? No? Okay, great. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, same as on the other, this is quasi judicial proceeding that is supposed to be made by impartial decision makers. And you also each put on the record that you are biased, impartial in your decision making, basing your evidence on what is presented at the hearing today.
And the evidence that we were provided, the backup. Yeah. Okay. We can consider that. Madam Clerk, we need to add that to the script. Okay. Can you make a impartial decision based on the backup that we have and whatever we've heard tonight?
Yes, again, just one quick clarification. The decision has to be based on this backup, not on the merits of the project, correct?
Correct.
Yes, I can.
Ms. May?
I can make an unbiased decision.
Mr. McVoy?
I can make an unbiased decision.
Ms. Malega?
Yes, I can make an unbiased decision based on the evidence I have tonight.
And I can do the same thing, unbiased based on the evidence. Okay, so all those giving testimony, please raise your right hand and be sworn in. They're standing.
Swear or affirm that in this proceeding you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say yes.
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 And as you testify, please state your name and address for the record. If you represent a party, please also state who you represent.
Thank you. The Director of Community Sustainability, would you like to give a presentation?
Our department is going to give us a presentation through Amy Greening, our principal planner.
Okay. Now, as long as we're talking about this at 10:45, we can go past 11. Is that the deal? Right. That's it.
I'd like to give 20 minutes of commissioner comments, if you don't mind, after this.
We mind.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. What?
May I ask one question really quick? Would it be possible, so since this is a quasi judicial and we're supposed to be discussing the evidence, that we limit our comments to the evidence, aka reference the page number, so we can analyze the piece of evidence we have questions about, so we don't go on and on stuff that isn't part of the evidence?
I feel like you're talking about me right now.
Well, a little. And we're going to be 3 minute time again to see how we do. So we're going to have the staff give a presentation, and I'm sure Annie will be concise. She's good.
I will try. Turn that off so it doesn't.
It's a lot.
Ring. So for the record, this is Annie Greening, principal planner for the city of Lake Worth Beach. I will try to be as quick as possible while hitting all of the important parts of this. So as part of this plan development, 8 requests are before you. The mixed use urban plan development of significant impact. That is triggered anytime that a development goes over 100,000 square feet for non-residential or over 100 units for residential. It's also a major site plan, conditional use permits for the high-intensity museum use and multifamily residential use, and then incentives for density, intensity, and height through our SBIP program, our TDR, and our affordable workforce housing program. So we've got our development area here. We've got 13 parcels in total. The existing parcels are in that teal color. The proposed right-of-ways to be vacated are in that pinkish purple color. So 3 of those parcels have existing structures, 501 Lake Avenue, which has been approved for demolition, and 17 South N Street and 26 South L Street, which have been given relocation approval with flexibility by the HRPB. We've got our site plan. The PD site as a whole is eligible for up to 183 dwelling units. 155 of those are from the stacking of base density and our various incentive programs, plus an additional 28 bonus affordable workforce units, 1 for each platted lot of record, as this is in the CRA district. The Cultural Council and the CRA both also own parcels that are going to be vested under this plan development for future residential development to include affordable and workforce units. That CRA lot is also exchanging affordable and workforce units with the phase 1 development. So we'll touch on that a little more in a later section. So getting to the site plan for phase 1, which is generally the W-Moda section of it, the site is configured with 2 buildings, a over 30,000 square foot museum building, 4 stories tall, and about 136,000 square foot residential building with 110 dwelling units, including 8 affordable workforce artist lots. That's a 5-story building with facades fronting South L, South M, and First Avenue South. Parking is primarily proposed beneath the residential structure, as well as some spaces behind the museum and on-street spaces. 229 spaces are required and 229 are proposed, including bus parking, bike racks, and in lieu parking in the proposed city garage per the downtown in lieu provisions that are available to all developers working in the downtown core area. The applicant has also provided in your backup a parking management plan to address assigned resident spaces, employee parking, unassigned spaces, guest parking, incentives to encourage tenants to use alternative modes of transportation, and parking management and enforcement. So just zooming in real quick on the site plan to the museum portion of the building, as well as the arts alley. You can see the arts alley towards the bottom there. So again, this is proposed to be a 4-story museum with obviously galleries, storage, offices, cafe and retail spaces, as well as some flex space for potential event use. And zooming into the residential building on the site plan, again, it's 5 stories, 110 dwelling units, 67 of those are 1-bedroom units and 43 are 2-bedroom units. And 8 of those 110 units are workforce artists' lofts. There's also resident amenity space, a pool and roof terraces, as well as community art space provided for the public on the 1st floor. So we'll go through some renderings and elevations. This is both buildings from the corner of Lake Avenue and South N Street. This property is along both major thoroughfares A and C in our major thoroughfare design guidelines. The proposed buildings are generally contemporary in design with visual references to and inspiration from mid-century modern architecture. Although the buildings share a design inspiration, they are not designed to be look-alike buildings. So this is looking eastward on Lake Avenue, so you can see the museum and a little bit of the residential building behind the existing commercial buildings on Lake Avenue. Our primary exterior finishes are smooth stucco in a variety of colors, metal panels, reinforced concrete, and a variety of painted and coated metal finishes. You will see a rendering of just a draft mural on one of the elevations of the museum. Staff had expressed concerns, zoom just ahead there, to the applicants about a long expanse of blank facade on that elevation. It's mostly blank due to fire separation purposes. So they have proposed to put a mural on that elevation to mitigate that. And that mural, like any other in the city, will go to the HRPB for their review once the actual design is prepared. So this is looking south-southeast on South L Street, basically viewing it from that Cultural Council property on 11 South L Street. So primarily here, we're looking at the residential building as well as the Arts Alley. So as you can see in the renderings, both buildings have flat roofs with screened mechanical equipment, and the facades are recessed above the second story to align with our zoning requirements and to visually mitigate the building's height. This is looking from the corner of South L Street and First Avenue South, and you can see those step backs on the residential building in particular here. The residential building also in particular does really emphasize visual breaks through changes in color, balconies, recesses, and arches, working to visually reference our city's 25-foot and 50-foot development increments from our historic lot sizes. So here we're looking on South M Street, looking north-northwest. You can see the residential building. Where that blue pickup is the underground parking entrance. And this is looking south on South M Street. So you can see the museum, the Arts Alley, and the residential building. So we'll go through these a little faster. These are our architectural elevations. So this is the front of the museum facing Lake Avenue. This is the east elevation facing South M Street. This is the west elevation, the one with the proposed mural. And this is the rear elevation, which faces the Art Walk and Arts Alley. The applicant did also provide us with details on proposed materials and finishes, and we do have a physical version of that here with us today as well. Here is the west elevation of the residential building. So this is facing South L Street. This is the south elevation facing First Avenue South. You can see that kind of white rectangle there is referencing the existing condo building that will remain and is not part of this development. This is the north elevation, so this is facing interior to the Art Walk and Arts Alley. And this is the east elevation facing South M Street, again with that ghost line of the existing condo building. And again, we have our materials. And as we like to do with properties in our historic districts, we have streetscapes to give visual context for the surrounding streets. We have here Lake Avenue, South L Street, First Avenue South, and South M Street. So getting away from the visuals a little bit, the proposed mixed-use urban plan development is consistent with and supported by a number of our existing city plans, including our comp plan, strategic plan, our CRA redevelopment plan, our mobility plan, and our arts cultural master plan. William earlier touched a bit on the CRA redevelopment plan, working to eliminate blight conditions in the redevelopment area. Relevant to this development in particular is really the arts cultural master plan, because that is focusing on directing growth to our downtown core, particularly between First Avenue South and First Avenue North, including contemplating adding height and density to allow for mixed-use live-work developments for artists and assemblages of land. This was also reviewed for compliance with our plan development section and our downtown zoning section, as we do with all plan developments. So no waivers to our LDRs are being requested. The project is using our existing mixed-use parking incentive for reducing the parking spaces by 25%. And we do find that the museum and residential development generally comply with our zoning requirements. So we had included in your backup some zoning site data tables. This one is the site overall, primarily looking to show you the calculations for the overall density across all phases of the site. This is the first half of the phase 1 table, so the museum and residential building. Like I said earlier, generally this complies with all of our requirements. There is a conflict in our requirements between the downtown zoning district and major thoroughfare design guidelines regarding front setbacks on Lake Avenue. So our downtown zoning requirements state that all buildings fronting Lake and Lucerne should be situated between 5 feet from the property line to give a consistent building line along the avenues. So that intent of the build to line is to have that consistent pedestrian line of buildings as you walk down Lake and Lucerne. However, the parcels on Lake Avenue as part of this development have already lost 10 feet of their property to the Lake Avenue right-of-way. So constructing the museum in a consistent line to the adjacent commercial structures requires that the building be placed directly at the front at a 0-foot property line. This ask for consistent setback and consistent streetscape is also supported and established in our major thoroughfare design guidelines. So we do find that building at a 0-foot lot line rather than the 5-foot does align with the intent of that downtown build to line requirement. The second spot that we have an area that needs to be, in this case, slightly revised in design. We have a special section of the downtown zoning district requiring that at least 75% of a building's ground floor consist of transparent elements, including windows, doors, or other openings. The current museum design, the transparent elements are across approximately 65% of the ground floor, so a condition of approval has been added to slightly increase that transparency on the ground floor of the museum to meet that requirement. That is something that can be handled very easily administratively through a site plan amendment. So these next two tables are really looking at the phase 2/3. So site plans and COAs will be brought to the HRPB at a future date for residential development at the CRA site at 30 South K Street, as well as the Cultural Council site at 11 South L Street. Both are eligible for residential development with affordable workforce units. Without using the additional 28 units that are available across the entire site. 30 South K Street could be eligible for 21 units, 10 market rate, 11 affordable workforce, plus an additional 8 affordable and workforce units transferred from the phase 1 development area. As there's no specific development proposal for either, it's not been determined exactly how the additional units will be distributed across these sites. So again, this is really laying out how we get to the potential density of these sites. So getting to the incentives that the project is utilizing, particularly in phase 1, but applicable to all sites under this plan development. We have in our comp plan, a mixed-use urban plan development can obtain a 25% bonus on density, intensity, which is FAR, floor area ratio, and height over the baseline that is outlined in table 1 of our comprehensive plan. So the applicants are asking for a bonus height up to 56.25 feet, an additional 10 units per acre, which is 22 bonus units overall, 17 in phase 1, and an FAR of 2.27. So staff has done our calculations for the total square footage of bonus area above the second floor, and the total sustainable bonus value there is that number that a little bit over $1 million. Typically 50% of that is required to be paid to the city. That requirement was waived as part of the existing development agreement. The other 50% is to be provided in improvements equal in value. The proposed qualifying features provided by the applicant far outweigh that number, including the art walk, the community art space, public art, bike systems, and the potential relocation of 3 historic structures. The TDR section establishes that projects that utilize our transfer of development rights may increase their overall density up to 10 units per acre. Those rights are typically valued at a cost of $15 per square foot, paid to the city. Again, those fees were waived in the development agreement. So here the applicants are again asking for an additional 10 units per acre, 22 units overall across the site, and 17 at phase 1. We do find that the applicants meet the criteria for TDR, which is that they be a planned development, which they are, and that they have incorporated all of the density, height, and intensity bonuses available under our SBIP program prior to applying for TDR, which they have. Okay, affordable workforce housing. This one for this particular project is a little bit more complex than the previous 2. So our affordable workforce housing program requires that all units acquired through our affordable workforce density incentive be income restricted, as well as 15% of the total number of units gained through utilization of any other city programs. So in this case, SBIP and TDR. So the applicants are asking for that 15% density incentive. They're proposing 110 units in the phase 1 development. 8 of those will be income restricted at 80 to 20% of area median income for 15 years. Those are the artist lofts. The 15-year restriction period is a reduction from the city standard requirement of 25 years, but this was again part of the previous development agreement. The applicants have provided in your backup calculations for the in lieu fee amount that resulted from this reduction in affordability, which is about $435,000. The CRA site at 30 South K Street is transferring 6 of the market rate units from that site to the phase 1 residential site in exchange for 6 of their affordable workforce housing units. Those 6 are the ones that were required from the use of sustainable bonus and TDR on the phase 1 site. The phase 1 site is also transferring an additional 8 affordable workforce units that are available to their program through the affordable workforce program that they're not using to that CRA site. So a total of 14 units are going from our phase 1 site, the W-Moda site, to the CRA lot at 30 South K Street. So again, site plans for the CRA lot at K Street and the Cultural Council lot will be brought to the HRPB at a future date. Both are eligible for residential development under this PD and are being vested for their maximized density. So, as conditioned, staff finds that the subject request is consistent with all relevant city plans, our major thoroughfare design guidelines, and all relevant sections of the land development regulations. These uses are anticipated and encouraged in the downtown zoning district, and it will vest multiple sites for the creation of new housing, including affordable and workforce housing. Staff recommends approval with conditions, and the HRPB at their meeting on July 16th also forwarded a unanimous recommendation of approval with conditions to you all. So we have all of the conditions enumerated here. They are also in your backup and much easier to read in that level of font.
Is that it?
That is it.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to interrupt anybody. Okay, now, you may now present what you'd like to present. Applicant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Renee Miller, representing W-Moda. As before, we will waive our presentation in the interest of time and be available for questions.
Thank you. There have been no, Madam Clerk, and I didn't do this last one. As far as I know, there are no affected parties who have requested to make presentations. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Or was that also correct for item C?
Yes, I did check, obviously.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so now we do have public comment. We do have a lot of lights on. So I'm just going to, I don't know who went on first. I'm just going to go from willy-nilly. Oh, let's start with District 4. Well, we're letting them talk. They don't. All right. So let's just start with 4.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, is this the cross-examination portion?
Well, does the city staff have any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Does the applicant have any questions for staff? Do the commission? Oh, this is the questions. Thank you. This is the question section. So we have questions for the staff or the applicant. And we're trying to limit our time here. So then we'll go into the other part. Okay.
I just want to confirm, it seems like the only conflict that we had was the 5-foot build line now going to a 0-foot build line.
It wouldn't be considered a conflict. Under a plan development, you can do certain adjustments of the strict dictates of the code. And in this instance, the major thoroughfare guidelines, the historic preservation design guidelines, and the downtown zoning requirements are amalgamated together. We are having the buildings align up down the street, which was the intent. It may not meet the letter of the law, but it does meet the intent of what we require. And if that land, that 10 feet of additional land had not been given away for the right-of-way improvements on Lake and Lucerne, it would meet that setback.
Okay. And then the reduction of some of these fees, the transfer of development rights, the reduction of the $524,000 of the sustainability fee. all of that has been agreed upon in the previous agreements. Is that correct?
Yes, the development agreement included provision that those would all be waived, and they had estimates that came out to be remarkably close to what those numbers are.
Okay, so but that's an agreement that's already been settled and agreed upon and signed.
I believe it was last October.
Okay. And then the last question is the incentives for parking. Those are all consistent with our municipal code?
Yes, the city's had an in lieu of parking program in place almost 20 years. You did raise the fee per space this fiscal year compared to when the negotiations started for the development agreement. It was at $15,000 a space when all this started almost 2 years ago, beginning October 1st of 2024, it went to 25,000. It was anticipated in the development agreement that they would need 70 in lieu of parking spaces. 70 times 15 ended up being $1,050,000. So the in lieu of fee was $1 million. It turned out they did not actually need that 70 spaces. It's actually 51.
Okay. And then my last question, in the renderings, it shows rather nice shade trees all around the development. They're almost like 2 stories high. Is that kind of accurate, or were they just put in there for placeholders?
Yeah, street trees are required as part of our landscape code, so they will be, it might take them a second to grow to 2 stories tall, but they will be required to plant shade.
So they will be adding to our shade canopy throughout the downtown. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McBoy, questions?
Could you perhaps with one of the drawings, just so I understand it a little more clearly, the question about the 0 lot line versus the 5 foot, can you explain where that is? And
it's along the front along Lake Avenue. Many of the parcels on Lake Avenue, and if you look at a plat map, they had the same line. Well, when their infrastructure was redone with FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, about 30 years ago, agreements were provided that if you gave some of your front setback to the right of way, it would get the pavers. And so if you look at the line of the front property line now, it jogs anywhere from 10 to 0 feet as it goes down the street. The building as it's proposed is where it would be required as if the land were all still under the same original platted lot, which has all the building faces lining in a line. But that 10 feet was in front of the museum was given to the right of way of Lake Avenue when the improvements were done that include the streetscaping, the hardscape, all that sort of stuff. So if the properties were in their original configuration without having donated that 10 feet, the building is where it's supposed to be. It's also where it's supposed to be by virtue of our design guidelines, where it says that all the building frontage, the build to lines should align as they go down the street. And they do. If you did a strict interpretation of just the zoning code, the building would be 10 feet behind the other ones, which is in conflict with our historic preservation guidelines and our major thoroughfare design guidelines.
okay, so my understanding from what you said is that as proposed, the building will line up with the other buildings in terms of the front of the buildings. What is the amount of space in front of the building, forgetting about what changes have happened to the property and so on? How much sidewalk space is in front of the building under this proposal?
About 20 feet, isn't
it? And I don't need to is it 2 feet, 0 feet, 5 feet, 20 feet?
Well, it's the 10 feet that was, donated for the right-of-way improvement, plus the sidewalk, which is 5 feet, and some additional area for planting because there's a bulb out there. So it's approximately 20 feet of hardscape in front of the building before you get to the curb.
Okay, so there's quite a bit. Yeah, okay, thank you. My other item is a little bit of a philosophical thing, which I will try to keep brief. Basically, what we heard in response to Commissioner May's question to William about the history of the Norton is we are making a gamble. We're saying that we want to have businesses thrive in the downtown, which I think everybody in this room and in the community all agree to. that we would like, it needs to be thriving. That's one way of doing historic preservation of those streets. And the gamble or the hypothesis is by doing a project like this that does, I think, agreed, take some hits to some of the historic. The gamble is yes, but it'll bring in business and other things, and the museum in 50 years or 80 years or 30 years or something will be somewhat in the direction of the Norton, and it will make us all do very well in our downtown. It's a hypothesis. It might be true, might not be true. My question for my colleagues is, in that direction, would my colleagues be willing to add a conditional approval, because I think this is the time to do those, if I'm not mistaken, to add a conditional approval that the city and W-Moda develop a usage agreement? And the most central part in my mind of that usage agreement would be that the owner of the building agrees to keep this building as a museum for some period of time to be worked out mutually. 2 years, 25 years, 50 years, 80 years to get us to the Norton. Would the owner be willing to guarantee that? Because right now, what we're being told is we will get a museum, but there's really very little to protect the city, that as we give up a variety of things and have this rosy future presented, there's very little to protect us from the owner saying, you know what, I got tired of the museum, or my kids got tired of the museum, and I decided I'm going to do something else with it, and I'm going to make it a commercial property. Would my colleagues be willing to say, hey, as a protection for future residents, we ask the owners, would they agree? And we could work out what the time frame is, but would they agree to commit to keep this as a museum for X number of years? And I'm looking for consensus from my colleagues that a simple protection of that sort be proposed and agreed to. The details can be worked out.
If I might, because of the size of the building, any change of use would require a change in the conditional use permit, which would have to be heard either by the Historic Resource Preservation Board or possibly by you as a commission. So the inherent approval of the ordinance itself dictating what is happening where is an ordinance that runs with the land. And to change that will likely require action by at least the Preservation Board, if not both you and the Preservation Board. Just putting that out there before I went to the restroom.
And they would still, no matter, if something happened, and I don't foresee it, but if that happened, they would still be required to pay their ad valorem taxes, whether it's a museum or, right. Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yep.
I was timing 3 minutes.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
All right. So Mr. McVoy's 3 minutes are up.
Thank you. Ms. Malega? Ms. Malega?
No, I just have one thing to say. On May 20th, which just happens to be my birthday, there's a letter from Palm Beach County, Florida, Engineering and Public Works in the backup. And based on the review, the traffic division has determined that the proposed development is located within the coastal residential exceptional area. Therefore, the residential trips are exempt from concurrency requirements. Additionally, the non-residential component, the museum, of the development is not anticipated to significantly impact the surrounding roadway network. As such, the project meets the traffic performance standards. My only question to you or staff, the road is obviously going to be utilized to get the construction trucks there and heavy equipment and things of that nature. Where is our protection for the repair of those roads, those sidewalks and such? We have a project going on right now, the Gulf Stream, and we're not fixing two of the roads there because of all the heavy trucks. And we won't fix those until the heavy trucks are done beating up the roads. So I'm just concerned on how this heavy equipment's going to get down Lake Avenue to these sites and the impact to our residents and we know that we don't have taxpayers' dollars to fix roads. So I couldn't find anything that stated who is going to be responsible for. I see that the project they're saying isn't not going to be done till 2032. Is that accurate? That's what it says.
No.
No. What's your timeline?
2028 would be the completion.
Of the museum and the residential
Correct.
for both of them.
Correct.
Okay. So is there anything in the backup that I'm missing that talks about?
In one of our many, many conditions of approval, Public Works condition number 10.
What page are you on?
Sorry, it is page 10 of the ordinance.
Oh, sorry, guys. I just, that's on page 10 of the ordinance. 2, 8, 10. Got it. Go ahead.
All right. So
Line.
condition number 10 there, the line is ending in 13. Prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, restore the right of way to a like or better condition. Any damages to pavement, curbing, striping, sidewalks, or other areas shall be restored in kind.
And I appreciate that. But what area is that? Is that like 10 foot from their boundaries, or is that, I'm just concerned, and I hope you understand, that these heavy trucks are going to be coming down our small roads, and Lake and Lucerne were just done, not by us, by FDOT, and we don't own them. So my concern is, yes, you know, I'm a supporter of I love the project. I love everything about what I'm seeing in this backup. That is my biggest concern is the repairs. What does that mean in English, Annie?
If
Or
maybe I
Mr.
can take a stab at it,
Yes.
if Madam Mayor, if I may. Renee Miller with W-Moda. So we will be required to do a construction staging plan as a part of our permitting, and that will advise how trucks will enter and exit. I don't want to speak for our project management team, but it does not particularly benefit us unless it's absolutely required to come through Lake. Obviously, because
So
of
you
all
may be
everything that's
using
going.
First or
Yes.
Federal Dixie again. So
And then and we have construction gates that would be planned. So I can't tell you exactly how often that would happen, but our construction plan has to be provided through Public Works and has to be provided to the building department prior to the start of construction, so that all of those things can be monitored and maintained. And if there's any issue, that we are required to restore.
because we know that the responsible people aren't the ones who are going to be driving these big trucks, and one curb gets taken out. You know the damage that happens, Jamie, on construction. So that was my only concern. Is there any way that we can add language to that of restore the right of way to like or better, but it doesn't tell us what right of way? That's my own.
Well,
I think
I'll
that's
have to
inherent
interject
in
here
your.
because under the SOPs of the Public Works, and I'm speaking, we'll have
What's the
Jamie, standard operating procedures. The right of ways that are in question are the ones that are adjacent to the property. We have multiple construction projects going on, including Gulfstream.
Don't talk about it.
So if we have damage on Federal Highway, how do we prove that they did it versus Gulfstream doing it? So I'm speaking for Jamie, and I'm sorry, but how it has been enforced before is we take a video, this video is taken of what is the condition of the right of way adjacent to the parcel that is being developed. And in this case, it'd be Lake, First, M, and L.
Okay.
And we'd have photo documentation of what condition it was in, and they are required to put back. And likely it's going to be in far better shape than what it is because they're redoing the entire hardscape of those 4 streets.
Okay, it didn't spell it out in English. That was my question. Thank you. I'm satisfied.
We always do pre-construction videos.
It's not your job. Okay, I have two quick things. The cultural council lot is included in this, and I'm just wondering what the role of where that fits in.
As we were planning, I'm sorry, again, Renee Miller, as we were planning this planned development for the downtown, it was incumbent on us to kind of take a look at all of the things where we knew could be impacted and that were adjacent. Cultural Council is here as a development application partner, as is the CRA, because they know in the future this lot would be for an arts use, but they would like to potentially reserve the right to maybe even do some artist in residence, something like
Structures.
that. Yes, structures. And so being a part of this overall plan was beneficial to the Cultural Council and overall this campus feel that we were trying to establish.
Okay, great. Thank you. My other question is the affordability is 15 years. I think that's short. I would like to see that lengthened a little bit. There's 8 units. 15 years is gone before we know it. So I would ask that it would be extended. Or is that?
We've already, that's in the development agreement.
Well, yeah, I tried to beat Renee up for 20 years.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, then never mind.
We'll put up the 15 years is the requirement. It does not state that if Mr. Weiner and the entities that are running it can extend it beyond that 15 years if they see fit.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Those were my two questions.
Thank you.
Okay, now we do have public comment. And Madam Clerk, you read the public comment for C, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you had made the statement on the record that the comments for D were essentially the same.
No, I said that there were several people that submitted comments for the 3 W-Moda items that were essentially the same. I have 32 comments to read. It will take, I stop at half an hour. I am making requests that I can read the name and whether they're for or against and not read the whole comment unless you want me to add half hour to the meeting.
What say you, my colleagues?
How many do we have here?
We just a few, not many.
I mean, are we going to put them online?
They're online already.
Those are already online.
Yeah, then I'm okay with the for or against, but I think the people who are here should be able to.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. All right, so we're gonna have the people, if you can prepare that, well, the people, I think there's 3 or 4 cards.
I'm ready.
You're impressed. But we're, okay, Mr. McBoy is gonna excuse himself, have a safe trip, enjoy court, and we still have a quorum. We're gonna do the public here, the people that are here now. Matthew Van Voorhuizen. Getting closer. I'm getting closer. Okay, well, W-Moda is not a good fit, especially if they need so many subsidies. It makes it financially worthwhile for them. Hannah Pittman? I don't know, Hannah Pittman. Public land belongs to the public, not the wealthy. Catherine Kohlmeyer?
Also, that.
Okay, well, she has no comment. I mean, it's just, so Madam Clerk, you're up. I don't have, okay, take a deep breath. No, these are from low and high.
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Assault on a public official.
I want to hear everything.
Absolutely. David Sims. You're making me look bad. You're making me look
I know, but
bad,
I'm
guy.
joking.
David Sims, 715 North L Street. A few things. Mr. Waters talked about the Norton. It started small. It wasn't always big the way it was. It started small and then it grew. Where can W-Moda grow? How much bigger can it get? I mean, where would it expand to? I don't see it being able to expand the way West Palm was. Another thing, I'm not an expert on this, but I heard, and this is just a relevant issue, I think, if properties are purchased from the penny sales tax that are going to go to the apartment housing, at least 30% of them have to be affordable, and they can't be owned by the private entity, Mr. Weiner. They have to be owned by the city. That's what I heard. So, I think that's the rule. So, we should just make sure we're complying with that. Otherwise, I just think this proposal is just humongous. It's way bigger than anything downtown. It's going to just change what we are. We'll just be like West Palm or Delray, and we should want to, we'll lose our identity. And that's something valuable. I really wish we wouldn't. You talk about the need for bring business downtown, but I mean, you got the people from the Bohemian and numerous other little apartment projects near downtown, and then you got the Mid and Deco Green. It's like you already have more housing and people coming in. It's like, why do you have to build this other huge apartment downtown? It's huge, it's too big, and I'm against it.
Thank you. Next is Maraja, who's left, and we do not need to spend all this money on a museum. The plan will change the face of the city and our small town feel. I would like to see Evening on the Avenues come back. Wes Blackman, who has left, and he did not leave an actual, but he's for it. Actually, he's for it. John Surdy. Mr. Surdy, please come up. I know it's a lot of sitting.
I gotta change that. Maybe get some chairs. John Zerdy, 217 South Palm Way. I'll try to keep it short, obviously, but I bring a little perspective of being around here and even being up there, a decade or so ago, being here for 20 years. But, I was at the HRPB meeting in the 5-0 vote, listened to everything they said. So Commissioner Valego was there too, right? It complies to, as Commissioner Seber said. So the evidence is here. It's just been too long for us to look at this as not an opportunity. Parking garages are very sustainable. They take up less space. So you see all the parking lots that are out there right now in the whole area. So I've been doing this for 40 years too in downtowns. They lead what happens in a city as parking garages in the more modern times. They're proactive. They are, like you said already, you don't wait till you really need them. They're there early. It's an investment. You'll have a return on this investment coming up over the years of when, oh my gosh, talk about the Bohemian. That is going to be, again, a stimulant for that artisanal quadrant in the city. I think we're all tired of talking about the potential of the city here. You guys have to make a courageous and creative decision tonight. And coming up, this is just the first reading, but to stick there, have courage, and do this thing because it will make the difference. You will see, even when you're just hanging around here many years from now. Yeah, look what we did. We saw that in the future. So I'd like to see this continue to fight hard, stay true to this. And I think it will make a big difference in the city. Thank you for the time and being here tonight, and everybody else too. So I wish good evening.
Thank you very much. Lisa Brown, is she still here? No, she wrote, I moved here to Lake Worth Beach 5 years ago intentionally. I am so disappointed in what is happening here. These proposals will hurt Lake Worth Beach. And she's at 623 North M Street. Amber LeBron? No? Give the community the public vote to have a choice what gets built here. Jacob Corey, not here. It's necessary for the public to have a say over what happens with the rezoning development and parking changes in our city. Joanne Burkow, she here? Please read attached. I found, it's printed, so it's going to be easy. It's origami. Why W-Moda will be so good for Lake Worth Beach. I found it and located in Zeiton Center for Creative Arts here because supposedly Lake Worth Beach boasts this as a community where art is made. Arthur Weiner has already bought art from many local artists and has plans to buy more. He's all about promoting regional artists. The west coast of Florida has a thriving art scene. In St. Pete, they have a 5-story museum dedicated to glass called the Imagine Museum. They have a huge Dale Chihuly Museum. There's way more bought and sold here on the east coast of Florida, so why shouldn't we have more of an art scene on par with those of the west coast? My only major question to the commission tonight is why would anyone have objections in locating a beautiful museum in their city? Who exactly are these people? Why do they not want to live up to the tagline of their city where art is made? For the life of me, I don't get it. And that's Joanne Burko. And that's 1105 2nd Avenue South. Gwen Carabench. Paid parking will kill. All right, paid parking will kill the small businesses here. Maybe make a gallery that features the amazing local artists. Greg Richter, got a live one.
I told my wife to hold dinner.
My husband's got dinner waiting for me.
Greg Richter, 1202 South Palm Way. I'll try to be very brief. As you know, I've spoken to you many times. I am for this project. It brings us density downtown that we desperately need. I think John made some really great points. The fact of the matter is I'm tired of talking about the potential of this town. Let's do it. And this is what brings us to that potential. Historic preservation was a fascinating presentation. I went to that meeting, and the presentation, what they have done, what people forget, we have the largest collection of Art Deco homes and buildings of anybody in Palm Beach County, here in Lake Worth Beach. And there is a lot of those elements that went into what they did. It was so much. The presenter on that was just awesome. I was just in St. Petersburg. It was fascinating, all the museums that they have here in glass. And it was brought up, like, well, this is not very interesting art and what have you. Impressionist art, when it came out, it was condemned as being obscene. It was thrown out of the salon in Paris. A guy named Dr. Barnes brought it over to Philadelphia to show it in the Philadelphia Museum of Art, and they absolutely trashed it. So he built a little private place in his own home, and the local paper who trashed it, Annenberg, Barnes dies. Basically, the city of Philadelphia, through Annenberg, stole all the art, and they now have a Barnes Museum downtown. My point where I'm getting is, art's all a matter of taste. And as far as the sustainability museum, I don't see us tearing down a museum or closing a museum when we got Chihuly, who is fascinating, doing a permanent exhibit here. So when I campaigned, when I was out campaigning and knocked on a lot of doors, and I think, Anthony, you probably heard the same thing. I had so many people say to me, who would be against this? I mean, there were a few, and we talked, but honestly, I had so many people just ask me that question, who would be against this? So
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. You filled your time. Okay. April Krebs does not want to speak. We want to vote. Oh, she's at 616 North C Street. We want to vote. We want to have a say over our city. We want to keep our historic buildings and keep L Dub's charm. Vivian Gomez Bolio, 166 Wellesley Drive. I have lived here since 91. I have seen West Palm Beach turn into a concrete jungle. I moved here for the small town feeling. Please keep Lake Worth Beach beautiful and keep big interests out. Tyler Chapman.
Hello again, Tyler Chapman, 1224 16th Avenue North. You say that you support art. That sounds great. I also support art. I love art. I think this is a great building for the art part. I don't think we should be giving public land, public resources for private investment for housing. I just don't think what you guys call workforce housing, it's a real bastardization of what it means to have affordable housing. 80 to 120% of AMI is not something that would have helped you live in a home if you were struggling those years ago when you were in public housing. It's just not the right vibe for what we should spend public dollars on, in my opinion. We have a moratorium, if I'm not wrong, against tattoo shops downtown. You guys aware of that? Those are artists. Did you know that? A moratorium against that? We only allowed two marijuana shops in our town. So like there's some businesses we're willing to say don't belong in our town.
We have not done that, but go ahead.
No? That's good. No, that's no longer on the books. Interesting. All right. So when we look at what we allow in town, what we don't allow in town, I think that we are going for a pretty specific kind of demographic. And I think those are people with more money. The people who have worked for decades to put tax dollars into this town are working class people. And again, you guys seem very interested in giving money to wealthy people and to bringing more wealthy people in, and you're doing it with tax dollars that came from the working class. I think it's inappropriate. I think it's classist. And I think you all should own that this kind of dedication to those type of people comes at a cost. And it is at a cost of the people we kick out of our town. This affordable housing you like to trumpet because the CRA helped build it is not really very affordable. Just look at the numbers. Look at what the people in your town actually make. And if they can afford to live in this workforce housing, they cannot. They're leaving our town in droves. And it's because of choices that you guys are making. You're pushing them out of our town for the benefit of a certain class of people. And you're doing it over and over and over again. I thought we wanted junkies out of town. You guys just need one more fix, one more big building. That'll fix it. Is that it? Just one more.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Is Suzanne Grangle? Not quite sure. I think this should be voted on by the public. Nick Huey? Only once? And I think it's Huey, H-U-E-Y. Public land shouldn't go to the wealthy. Aaron Wallace. Another live one.
Oh, happy and very live to be here. I'm Erin Marie Wallace. I live in 301 South J Street. And I absolutely support the project, but I want to take a slightly different direction. What I've noticed is that there's a little bit of misinformation about the collection itself. I have a background in fine arts. I have a master's from Sotheby's Institute in Art. I have a bachelor of fine arts. I was an auctioneer for a decade. I've been an appraiser for about 6 years. I work for the world's oldest independent appraisal and brokerage firm. I happen to know that this collection is a first-rate collection of decorative arts, including ceramics, sterling silver, and glass, including a lot of other things that supplement those. And so as somebody who is impartial in the field, I am more than happy to welcome any of the commissioners, the mayor, the vice mayor, absolutely Mr. Commissioner McBoy, if he would like to have an independent, impartial conversation about the merits of this collection. I extend that to anyone within our town as well. I know the collection well, I know the pieces well, and I'm more than happy to talk to you about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Madam Mayor,
how are you?
I am super de duper past my bedtime.
So
shall I read their addresses as well?
Yes.
Okay, Walter Steinbeck.
Hold on one second. I don't. Well, okay. I mean, I don't see it, but go ahead.
I'm sorry, you saying go ahead for me?
No, I'm saying go ahead to Ms. Clahane.
Ham Trail, Local Lane, 410 North Ocean Breeze. I'm going to take a little different approach. Assault, burglary, larceny, stabbings, arson, murder. What do all these things have in common? They are one of 133 crimes that happened between February and today, this year alone, in or within 1,500 feet of the proposed W-Moda project in downtown Lake Worth Beach. That's off of crimestats.org through PBCSO. The people here protesting W-Moda today want the city to stay just the same, and they scoff improvements as gentrification and mock the rich and the wealthy. But really, do residents in this city and neighborhood want more of the same? Anyone can find these stats. Are we to believe the Gang of 20 one of our commissioners represents, many of which don't even live in this neighborhood, that want you to believe that a museum featuring one of the world's finest glass artists, a secured guarded parking facility, and downtown apartments that will help fill the shops and restaurants, allowing for small business owners and their families to succeed for a change, is bad? And what exists now, with all of its crime, is good. They did it before, trying to stall the Gulf Stream, the beach, the casino, Deco Green, and more. They disparage Mr. Weiner and his family, who are bringing this extraordinary art to our fair city that will provide opportunities for local artists to share their works and children to experience art for the first time. One of the reporters that came yesterday because of this text message and press releases the Gang of 20 sent out to rile up the whole city didn't even know who Dale Chihuly was. Please Google Dale Chihuly. They had a lengthy world famous exhibition at the New York Botanical Garden. It was huge, okay? A featured exposition, of course, at the Norton Gallery of Art that was brought up earlier. They have created a tourist mecca museum in Seattle and is expanding into the West with new museums and even more features. The Gang of 20 wants to keep blight and slum all over Lake Worth Beach while they sue developers and make hundreds of thousands themselves to pay for their misinformation, text messages, and more. One project at a time and every election cycle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so deliberations. Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm
Oh,
supposed
you
to,
have comments, right? I'm sorry.
I'm going to read their name, address, and whether they're for or against.
Correct, thank you.
Walter Steinmark, 317 North M Street, 4. Panagiotis Tsolkis, 822 North C Street, against. Satu Oksansanen, 1106 North K Street, against. Drew Bartlett, 211 North L Street, 4. Kim Stokes, 1321 North L Street, against. Matthew Brennan, 602 18th Avenue North, against. Andrew Dorta, 1716 North L Street, against. Noam Brown, 1701 North D Street, against. Marion DeJong, 2381 Sunset Avenue, Apartment 110, against. Jonathan Nicholas, 3 Auburn Drive, 4. Rachel McDermott, 316 Princeton Drive, against. Mike and Nancy Walker, 2012 Notre Dame Drive, 4. Sylvia Van, North B Street, against. Irene Katz, 418 North Federal Highway, Apartment 28, against. Robert Hudson, 1221 North M Street, against. Mark Horn, 711 North Palmway, 4. Kara Jennings, 822 North C Street, against. Cheryl Carroll, 208 South Lakeside Drive, 4. Daniel Morgan, 1001 North Federal Highway, Apartment 8, against. Aiden Darling, 1701 North D Street, against. Benjamin Brown, 918 North Palmway, didn't say whether he was for or against. Andrea Sinner, 716 North Gulfview Road, 4. Anthony Gallegos, 429 North D Street, against. Jeannie and George Hoban, 1232 North L Street, 4. Elisa Sumner, 216 South K Street, Apartment 1, against. Olga Tomasello, 218 South Federal Highway, Apartment 4, against. Daniel Hitchcock, 1215 North Ocean Breeze, against. Jill Carlin, 2381 Sunset Avenue, Apartment 205, against. Todd Ketchum, 225 South K Street, 4. Maureen Krupski, 302 North K Street, Apartment 5B, against. John Loudon, 109 North Gulfview, 4. That's the comments for this item, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That was there, good. Okay, now, and Madam I want to make you the mayor tonight. Madam Attorney, I don't know that we did this in the last motion. The motion to approve or approve of conditions or deny should state the facts supporting the decision. And I believe that can be based on the evidence that we have.
That is correct.
Okay, it doesn't have to go expounding on each thing.
No, you can say as presented at the hearing today in the staff report, there are lots of different ways to do that.
Okay, but I don't know that we did that for the C. That's my only concern. Okay, Ms. May?
Based on the evidence presented in front of us tonight, I move that we can move forward with this.
Second.
And approve it.
And approve the
We have a motion and a second. Any more?
It's to approve with conditions
as presented.
Thank you.
In the background this evening.
Mr. Segrich? Second. And second by Malega?
I just wanted to quickly say, a lot of the comments we hear are relitigating the past of this project, agreements that have already been agreed to. And what we've been asked to do here tonight is examine the evidence presented to us. And, clearly, like the other item, the preponderance of the evidence is in support of this project. There was basically one conflict, which was very accurately explained as to why we should move forward with it. And, a lot of people ask, they're talking about giving away things to the rich and talking about the success of the museum. And they forget about the impact this is going to have on the local economy and the 110 residents that will live in our town 365 days a year, visiting our businesses and breathing life back in. And, unfortunately for this particular item, we can't consider that. Just to address a lot of the people's concerns, this isn't just about a developer giveaway. This is about breathing life back into our town, and we need it. We need the tax base. We need this revenue. But based on the evidence, I'm prepared to vote.
Thank you very much. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nay? No.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Thank you very much.